our economy follows closely. In that, there is also the expectation to create at least 800 jobs, 800,000 old jobs. That is, if all things go well, then we can expect that. Let's finally look at inclusive security and social sector growth. And that there is the expectation to end double track in 2 years. So we'll exit the double track as far as education is concerned in 2 years. And there has been the launch and current ruling out of Mahama Cares, which looks at healthcare or healthcare trust or the care area. And then we look at defense and security retooling. Let me see if I can introduce my guests briefly. And then from there, we can see if reconnecting with Maurice Ogbete will be possible. We're still working the lines to see if we can bring him on to tell us what Parliament currently looks like. To my immediate left is a manager and a tax regulatory or tax regulator with Deloitte Ghana, Theresa Sumwa. Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you very much for making time with us today. Immediately after Theresa is Stephen Kwati Nyeboa, a member of the National Council, the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce. Big man, good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
Let me come to Theresa to start with, in keeping with traditional protocol. At the last budget, government moved for some tax cuts, and I'm mentioning taxes because of your background, really. Yeah. Well, some were of the view that that was somehow audacious because we're not told how they were going to be, those holes were going to be plugged. Has government necessarily done well by itself in those tax cuts, and has that had any impact on our financial outlook?
Okay, thank you so much. So with the tax cuts that were implemented by government here, it was very audacious, but the fact is, what is the point in reducing those taxes? What is the question? What are we looking at achieving? Are we just saying that, okay, so we need revenue, we need taxes, so we just need to overburden our taxpayers? No, that is not the question to be answered. What we are looking at is that we want to ensure that the system in place is very efficient. All taxpayers are being...
Please bear with me. Hold your horse right there. I'll come to you. But let me go over to Parliament and bring on my colleague, Maurice Ogbete. Maurice, thank you very much for holding on. What is Parliament currently looking like?
We're coming to you from Parliament, where the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasela Tuforsin, in line with the Public Financial Management, update Parliament on the state of the economy. It's the mid-year budget review. The Finance Minister will be taking us through some of the initiatives announced in the 2026 budget. He will also be taking us through some of the revenue measures, the expenditure measures that were announced. He'll be telling us how much of that has been achieved, what it's needed to ensure that we are where we say we want to be. But what we know is that we don't expect new taxes in this mid-year budget review. We spoke to Honorable Atta Issa, who is a ranking member of the Finance Committee. He has assured us that there is no going to be introduction of new taxes. We also know that there is not going to be the demand for a supplementary budget in the mid-year budget review. But quickly, let me give you a sense of the 2026 budget. It was the budget that abolished the COVID-19 recovery levy. That same budget also abolished the decoupling of the GET Fund and the NHIA levies, which was done in the previous administration. That particular, abolition reduced our VAT rate effective from 21.9% to around 20%. It was this particular budget that also introduced zero VAT or zero tax on supply of goods and services for the textile textile sector. Now, quickly, let me also take you through some of the macroeconomic targets that were set. So the finance minister at the beginning of the year said that we're going to end inflation at 8% by close of year. Already we've done 5.3%, which is, some achievement there. The finance minister was targeting to grow this economy at 4.8% by the close of the year. By the first quarter of the year, we've done 6.4%. In terms of international reserves, it was the expectation of the finance minister that by the close of 2026, we should not be doing not less than 3 months of import cover. As we speak, our international reserves, even though we saw a drop from around $14 billion to around $12 billion, it still covers for 5 months of import cover. The finance minister will be giving us those updates. What we're struggling with as we speak is our revenue. We had a shortfall of about 4.5% in terms of our revenue target. The government has been trying to ensure that even though our revenue is not doing well, from the expenditure side, we do not also spend so much so that we remain within our fiscal target framework. The finance minister is expected to be giving us some updates on the new economy. The new economy is an economic policy that the government has put together after the IMF, the government exited the IMF program. That program is supposed to be telling us how we create jobs, grow the economy, and expand. Not too long ago, the Bank of Ghana also announced that they were no longer going to be financing Gold Board. So we expect the finance minister to be giving us updates on how the new financing module is going to be like. We spoke to Honorable Ataisa, who is also a member of the Finance Committee, a ranking member of the Finance Committee. He's told us that the new arrangement is that now we have off-takers who would be financing gold purchases. So we have off-takers, say in Dubai, they provide the financing to Gold Board, they buy the gold, and then they export same. The Bank of Ghana's decision follows the huge losses they've been recording as a result of their financing. So we'll be hearing from the finance minister. He'll be giving us update on the 24-hour economy, the big push, and what have you. But quickly, let's speak to a member of parliament, Ekumfi. Good afternoon to you, and welcome to GBC News. So, because you come from Ekumfi, we also hear that the Ekumfi, or the sugar factory, that's in Ekumfi. The pineapple factory in Ekumfi. How is it doing?
It's doing quite well. I think it's falling in place in terms of the government's 24-hour projection. And as we speak, I'm aware that there's some level of discussions to extend some credit facility to them at quite subsidized rates to help the factory to increase their productivity or production, as it were. So things are going well, and we are hopeful.
What are your expectations? The economy has stabilized. The concern of many analysts is that we've not been able to move into the realms of expansion and job creation, even though we've seen the economy grow 6.4% by the first quarter of the year.
I always think that it's important to put things in perspective. When this government came into office, we all saw how the economy was faring. All the indicators were literally doing very bad. I mean, we are talking about exchange rate over 30%, interest rate over 20%, inflation highs of 54 in 2022 dropped to 23%. I mean, so clearly the government had a huge task in terms of getting the economy back on track. So if you look at the reset agenda, the objective was to reset the economy, get the economic fundamentals to be improved to the extent that we'll have a level playing field where we can take off. And I believe that by and large, if you look at what has happened, the indicators are doing well. I mean, today we are talking about even the Ghana's related reserve program, where we are targeting 15 billion. Yes, we are not there yet. 12.8 billion. That tells you that some work has been done. I think it's only in recent times that we've even lost about $1 billion to payment of external credit facilities. That's how come it has dropped. Inflation. 5.3%. Exchange rate from highs of 16, we are doing less than 12, which is in line with even the president's view that the currency should be in a band of 11 and 12. So largely you can see that things are working well. But the truth about it is that today, the narrative is not about wars in the world. The narrative is not about wars. As we speak now, there are two wars in the world. Iran and the US war. And then the famous, Ukraine war.
But we've seen how the Iran-US war
Yes.
has impacted on fuel price.
Definitely.
That is impacting on our reserves already, moving into inflation. So really, some of these wars have effects.
I agree, they have effects. But then, the narrative has not been about that. It's about managing the economy to the extent that it is resilient enough for the Ghanaian to benefit. Yes, we have seen some impact. Inflation, whether as low as 3 point something percent, today it's come back to 5. It's an indication that yes, there's an impact. So agreeably. Beyond that, you can see that the government has put in place measures. I mean, if you listen to the previous budget, there was a 1% levy that was introduced. The objective was to cushion the energy sector. Today, it has been taken off because we see the struggles of the Ghanaian. So we are making sure that it has been taken off to the extent that it will not impact on prices at the pump. Because eventually, if you don't do something about it, it will translate into inflation. Prices will go up. People's, disposable incomes will also fall. And then there will be a lot of crisis.
Ghanaians await the implementation of the 24-hour economy. In a country where you come from, if this policy was effective, it was going to create a lot of jobs for your people.
Yeah.
Not much has been seen in terms of implementation.
Well, I mean, it's a gradual process. I mean, the 24-hour market is not a straight happening just like that. It's a situation where the government puts in steps by way of infrastructure. Today we are talking about building of 24-hour markets across various constituencies. In my constituency, for instance, we've cut short for the start of the 24-hour market.
I mean, that concept really, is it sustainable? I mean, in your constituency in a Kumfi, are you sure people are going to be, in the market 24 hours? I mean,
no, I mean, every market starts gradually. Today, when you go to Makola, you go to Circle, you go to areas where there's a lot of business activity. It didn't just start overnight. It's a gradual build-up of activities that translates into a time frame. You understand? So yes, there are people who naturally are more geared towards doing night activities. Some are daytime activities. So those ones will happen. But as to the quantum, for us to see the value, that's where it might take a bit of time. Now you talk about the Kumfi Juice Factory. Today they produce, which is below capacity. Yes. Today they produce 8 to 5. They are done. Now in my community, for instance, pineapples are very, very abundant. However, because the factory does not produce for a longer period, immediately they get supplies, they produce, and that's it. Today, the government is looking at adding a Kumfi Juice to the 24-hour secretariat where they make funding available. They can be able to expand. They can produce other things. Like today, they are talking about producing pineapple beer. So if they are producing at the capacity of 50%, they can move to 75%. They can hire more people. If the cost of electricity that they are using is reduced, they can even do more. So it's a gradual thing. So for me, it's not a one-day thing where you can just take it on the face of it. So I'm very hopeful. To be honest, I'm very hopeful, and especially about the big push. We need to talk about it. It is creating jobs. It is creating roots for us. If your roots are good, the economy starts to work. So for me, I'm happy about what the roads minister especially is doing, making sure that the roads that are constructed in this country will last us a lifetime. Unlike in the past where roads were done within a few years is destroyed. So for me, I think it's a good day for us.
Right, thank you very much. That's MP for Ekumfi there. We're still here in Parliament. The minority has served notice that they are going to be scrutinizing every line of the media budget as presented by the finance minister. Already they've been raising concerns. They say that yes, we see growth of 6.4% in the first quarter, but that growth has largely been driven by our gold exports. We see gold prices increasing now around $4,500 on the international market. Apart from that, we've seen also the gold board able to, consolidate gold sale and the proceeds come into our current account. That has propelled revenue, and they are saying that the growth we see largely coming from the gold export that we see. They've also been talking about the 24-hour economy. They expect to hear more about it. The Women's Development Bank. Yesterday, the governor of the Bank of Ghana was saying that yes, there is some level of conversation between the central bank and the government in relation to issuing that license for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. But what we pick from that, what the governor said, indicate that there will still need some more time before the Women's Development Bank gets its license and start operations. We'll be hearing from the finance minister. He'll also be updating us on the new financing model for, cocoa purchase or cocoa board, because now we've moved away from the syndicated bond market. Domestic, financing would have to be secure. The finance minister will be giving us some update. Any moment from now, it should be in the House of Parliament to present the media budget. We would hand over to you in the studio, Daryl. Let's also listen to the expectations, especially from industry, GUTA, AGI, and what have you, Daryl.
Before you leave us, Maurice, talk to me. I didn't quite catch in your intro. Right, okay, all right, okay, that's fine. I'll bring it to my studio guests. But let me also say, before I come to you, Theresa, we have been joined via Zoom by the Vice President of GUTA in the person of Mr. Joseph Paddy. If you can hear me, Mr. Paddy, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Let me say a good afternoon to your listeners and your viewers online. Very grateful. Hope you are doing well.
Very well, thank you. We are so grateful you could make time and join us. We'll come to you very shortly, but let me first of all return to my studio guest who was on the floor before I went to Parliament. So Theresa, you were on why, in your view, or you agree with those who say tax cuts were very audacious, yet it hasn't necessarily affected us negatively.
Okay, great. So like I mentioned, tax cuts, they were very audacious, but in making a tax policy, we do not just look at the revenue we are getting.
Okay.
We want to know, and we want to just ensure that the revenue we are going to get is sustainable. Because what is the point in getting all the revenue now and then later you have a very bad or an inefficient tax system that cannot be sustained over a period of time? So I do agree that yes, they were audacious, fine. However, the question is, has it strengthened our tax system with regards to ensuring that our tax system is efficient? Is the tax system simplified? Is it fair to every taxpayer that is paying the taxes? So in as much as we are looking at the revenue mobilization aspect of it, we should look at how we are strengthening our tax system so that it will be very much more resilient now and then in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Let me bring on Stephen. Stephen, government proposed a 4.8 real GDP growth, 8% inflation, and a 1.5 primary surplus. Some at the time argued these were unrealistic. From where you sit, how far are we? Have we done well by ourselves in meeting these targets?
Well, it's always good that we grow the economy. So even though people said it was very, overly ambitious, from the business community, we felt that if government takes the right step, businesses can contribute towards this growth. So currently, as we stand, we know we are very close to that target. So you can see that Q1 figures shows us that government has already achieved 6.3% growth. And they are projecting that by the end of the year, overall GDP will be 6.2. So which means it's within the...
They are almost...
Exactly.
Yes.
Or let me say government is even ahead of the end of year one by the first quarter target. But as we all know, we need to be able to segregate this growth and ask ourselves what is driving. We know gold is, we have all-time high prices of gold. So if gold prices begin to drop, then we are not likely going to have it. Because if you check the media or the Q1 figures sent by the Statistical Service, you can see that a key important sector of economy is dipping. Agriculture actually dipped.
Okay.
By the end of the first quarter, we recorded 4% growth as against 6.6 in 2025, the same quarter.
Right.
So, but we know agriculture drives the economy. Industry too hasn't seen. Industry, you can see there's a slight growth, but like we said,
Sure.
majority of it is from the mining sector.
Right.
So the target was ambitious. We are on track, but we need to be careful not to begin to praise ourselves because we're overly dependent on gold prices at the moment, and if it drops, we are going to have difficulty.
Right. Before I return to Theresa, if I will, any time shortly, let's look at the performance of our economy from when these measures were proposed or these indicators were proposed. There is so much talk about stability, macroeconomic indicators doing well. Is that reflective on the current market? Or there's one thing rhetorical and there's another reality?
Well, I am not one of those pessimistic people. I believe that it's important that the figures look good. The figures become the foundation upon which you build what we always call the reality. And at all times, an inflation of 20% is worse than an inflation of 10%. So the fact that we say inflation is at 10% doesn't mean that when you go to the market, it's 10%, reduction. People even think that inflation represents a reduction in the cost of prices. No, it's the rate at which prices increase that has come down. And we all know that the foreign currency, we are overly dependent on the dollar. So anytime that we see stability in the dollar, the figures look good. Well, but so when you ask about does it reflect our reality, the point is that I mentioned that these figures are not coming from the real sectors.
Okay.
How did we achieve our inflation target that we have there? We had bumper harvests from the gold proceeds.
Okay.
We had enough dollars to be able to pump into the system to stabilize the currency.
Okay.
Government has done so well. We are praising government for the stability in the currency. But at the end of the day, this is not long-term sustainable way of maintaining the economy. So the moment you get a shock, everything just calm down.
Just like we had with cocoa.
And it's always been like that. We've had a cyclical nature.
Okay.
Most of the time, and that's one of the things that I want to hear from there. I want to see what we are seeing being sustained. Because you check from 1992 up to now, every first term or first year of every government, the macroeconomic figures look so good.
Right.
But it begins to become sour when we go to the second term and the expenditures are coming and, so that is where we begin to see that the economy is going way higher. So in reality, I would say that, of course, there have been a massive impact we all saw when the dollar came down, how prices were coming down in the market. And that was a good thing for us.
Right.
Even though from the business community, it has its own side effects too, that we'll talk about maybe later on. So for me, I would say that there have been massive improvements as far as our living conditions are concerned when the figures are good.
Right.
But it is just half of the story.
Right.
The reality of people's economy is also there. And we need to do more to be able to bring that one down.
Right. Right. So, Theresa, I'm going to come to you with that. But let's look at government expenditure as against tax cuts. If we take away the ability to mobilize revenue, how empowered are we going to become in spending?
Okay.
Right.
So, when we take away the ability to mobilize revenue, I wouldn't conclude that having the tax cuts is taking away our ability to mobilize revenue. Because aside from the tax cuts, there are several other ways that government is able to put in measures to mobilize revenue. So just the tax cuts does not mean that we are taking away our ability to mobilize revenue.
Okay.
From the budget reading at the beginning, and then I have followed through to the implementation, there have been some measures that have been put in place by the government. So, for instance, when it comes to the expansion of the tax nets, reduction of the threshold for registration, the question we should be asking ourselves is that have we now seen more registrations being done in order to broaden the tax net?
Yeah.
All of those are very critical, and I think those were factored in the budget. It was well implemented and it was well followed.
Right.
So that's a very critical question we should be asking ourselves. Even though there is a cut, has the tax net increased in terms of the reduction in the threshold, in terms of the increment of the threshold? That's a question. The registration threshold, that's a question we should be asking ourselves. So all of these we are supposed to find out the very efficient ways that we can get in more revenue and not just focus on getting revenue from just a few group of people. The efficiency, like I mentioned, is also very critical. How efficient is the tax system? Is it encouraging voluntary payment? Is it encouraging voluntary reporting? That's also a very critical thing. And also, I think during this period, we have had the government introducing some new technologies to enable them mobilize more tax. And I think that's a good thing, that once we're able to keep track of it, we should be able to cater for the shortfall that we have had as a result of the tax cuts.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. But Steve, let's look at this. This has been government's projection, especially relative to expenditure, and government to continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamlining earmarked funds, freeing fiscal space for critical priorities like roads, energy, and education. There is also a recent talk about enhancing or improving our education by way of eliminating double track. How are we able to meet these if our ability to raise revenue isn't one that clearly, as you're saying, is widening? Our tax net hasn't seen any growth, but then we are looking at measures that would ease the pressure on the taxpayer, the few who pays the tax. How realistic will that be in terms of meeting these demands?
Well, so that's a big challenge. You know, we've had this structural difficulty in the economy for a very long period of time. Government's expenditure on government payroll, it's so massive. You know, nearly half of all the taxes we raise is spent on paying people on government payroll.
Okay.
So there's so much inefficiency in the public sector.
Right.
I haven't seen a lot of work done on that aspect.
Okay.
So in the past, if you pick the budget over the period from 2010, 2011, all through, you can see that 85% of all the revenue we raise in this country, it goes back to pay salaries and debt servicing. Wow. We are fortunate now that because of the debt restructuring and all of them, so if you take 85% of the taxes you collect and it's going into these two items, so you are left with only 15% for goods and services and to do anything like CAPEX.
Yeah.
And that is why you see that anytime government says, I am going to do massive infrastructure, and then you will see our debt to GDP rising. Because now, you know, in Parliament, we are told there's a 1 billion loan there.
Yes.
There's another 300 million for infrastructure.
Infrastructure, yes.
Just because all the taxes and other things we collect, they go into for government compensation and then for servicing of debt.
Yes.
So unless we're able to find solution to these two, we will continue to struggle. Then what comes is that, you know, we put pressure on government, we need it from the business community, you know, and it's part of the 24-hour policy.
Policy, yes.
Look at our nation. I said that we are now living in a nation that is locked up. Locked up in a sense, the road is choked. We are doing express road, but before then, it takes you 7 hours, 8 hours to drive from Accra. If you have a truck, when it rains, goods cannot move. They are parked on the road. And you go to Cape Coast, that links us to the rest of West Africa, that is also bad. So nearly all the roads that we have here, we are locked up. And that's going to affect the infrastructure. So like she said, it's not always about taxing. But it's also about restructuring the basic things that we have. If government keep employing people, you go to some of the government agencies and there are 10 people doing something that under normal circumstances in the private sector, one person will be doing. And all of them are on the payroll. And you have this person, that person, people are being loaded on the payroll, we will have problem. So no amount of taxes that you collect will be sufficient to be able to do these programs. And government has to go and borrow.
Right.
And the more they borrow, the problem we have. And normally when they are looking for taxes, the first target is the business community and those of us in the formal sector, where your PAYE can be collected and all of them. So whenever government is hard up, immediately they find loopholes. They are introducing stabilization levy, this levy, that levy. You know, we did the VAT reforms. We took away some of the 1% levy.
The 1% levy, yes.
And then we rationalized, which was a very good thing for us. Because now, in the past, we were paying taxes on taxes because government said they were hard up. They have now rationalized it, brought it to a cleaner one. But there were new areas where VAT were also roping. We didn't used to pay VAT on insurance.
Right, yes.
There's VAT on insurance now.
Yes.
It is more cost to those of us in the insurance premium. But we are supposed to be generating the profit that will pay government those huge corporate income tax, recruit the people, because when government recruits, it's more cost.
Yeah.
But for us, we recruit, we expand, and government gets more revenue to be able to undertake some of these projects. So I think that they need to focus on that aspect.
Thank
to
you.
help us.
Thank you. Let me bring on Teresa before we move on. Teresa, government is known to be the biggest spender, and so government spending has a certain tendency to stimulate the market or stimulate growth. Now let's look at every CD saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and deliver tangible benefits for Ghanaians. By far, what we know to currently fall within this is the big push. From when this was announced, is there any evidence to suggest that its impact is being felt currently in our economic space?
So the Big Push program has been great. From the business environment, I've gotten the opportunity to engage with new entrants into the Ghanaian business landscape. Okay. And it's been very encouraging. I think just recently we had several programs where we saw a lot of international organizations coming into Ghana, multinationals coming into Ghana, because they have gotten to know of the policy we have in place, and that policy boosting investor confidence. Right. So definitely the Big Push program is bringing in a lot of investors. And like Stephen mentioned, the macroeconomic indicators has also encouraged a lot of people coming into Ghana. It has boosted investor confidence. So I believe that the policy in place has really done Ghana a lot of good. But the question is, how are we benefiting from it?
Absolutely.
Are we creating a very good environment for the new entrants who are coming into the system to be able to operate well, so that we can reap the benefits that it comes with in terms of getting more taxes, in terms of getting more revenue with regards to other regulators? That is the question. We do not just do it and leave it. It should be sustainable. Okay. We should look at the future. Okay. How are we going to make it sustainable? And also with the spending, is something that we also need to look at. Right. As we are trying to enhance or improve our revenue, we should also be checking our spending to ensure that things are in proper equilibrium.
Right, thank you. Let me go on Zoom and engage Mr. Paddy, the Vice President for GUTA. And on that, Paddy, are you still with us? Thank you very much if you are.
Yes.
Right, okay.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
Oh, thank you very much. A quick one, really, on the first subject. Government to continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamlining earmarked funds, freeing fiscal space and for critical priorities like roads, energy, and education. From where you sit, the market environment, how has this translated in freeing up your space in order to ensure that your business movement is not necessarily impacted in a way that will not mean cash in your hand?
Right, right. Thanks very much. I was enjoying your conversation, especially when Madam Teresa was talking about the tax. But we still have the same old man with us, which we are struggling with. And the old man is the tax leakage, the basket that we go to the market to collect the taxes.
Okay.
There's so much potholes and leakages around those nets. And that is why, and you have just about 30% of people in the tax net. There's 70% outside the tax net. So one of the things we're looking for from government is, what are you going to do to bring the 70% of people into the tax net? And what we have identified is that our tax rate as a country is extremely high. You know, in the VAT rate is about 20% here. We go to our neighboring countries, they're about 7%, some are about 7.15.
I see.
So comparatively, we see that the reason why people look for waste is the tax rate is extreme. When you go to the port to even clear your goods, the duty rate is about 55% cumulatively. So just imagine you import a goods worth about $100,000. You are paying duty element of $55,000, which I think is not helping the business community.
Okay.
But so far, good. The indicators now we see in the economy, it looks positive to the business community, especially the big push. Last week we went to Wa. And one of the challenges is the roads. They have all the goods there, but cutting it down to the urban center is a challenge. That's why the goods come to the south here and it's expensive. So these are some of the things we're expecting government to look into. One of the concerns was that the contractors were slow on the road. So we don't know what's coming. I believe once upon a time, the road minister was also complaining about the slow pace of some of these contractors, which is a challenge. But so far, as we sit, we are looking at the market space. We are looking at the market stability, but with those indicators, inflation has become low, inflation is low, interest rate is dropping, policy rate has dropped, so it's helping the business community. So whatever government is doing we're very pessimistic. Where we say, is it 9-day wonder? Is it coming to, for how long can it be sustained? But looking at it, now dollar to CD has been stabilized for the past 60 months, which we think is helping business community to trade and to do business. So with these new indicators, it looks positive. The market stability looks very positive, which we think is helping business community. But one of the things we're also looking forward for is the cost of utilities, because not only do we want to go into trading, what we want to do, we want to move to the captain of industry. And government is talking about 24-hour economy, but the 24-hour economy cannot run without power. Without cheaper power, without cheaper credit. So what is government to do in that vein? Because if I'm going to go into industry and I'm paying so much for utility, I'm paying so much for water, that is why industry is not that attractive to Ghana. Even those in the industry are also moving into trading, because it goes to the bank to go and borrow at a certain rate. Now, by the grace of God, the interest rates has dropped to about, now the commercial banks are giving interest rates between 15 to 17, which we think is a welcome news. So far, so good. The indicators look positive, but government should continue to be prudent in their expenditure. That's one of the things, like what our brother there said, when you are getting to the third year to fourth year, and then they go haywire. So government should be disciplined in their expenditure. But what we see as a business community, forest has dropped. Now we are not chasing forest any longer. Unlike those days, you sell today, tomorrow morning you want to go for forex. Now, I don't remember the last time I went to the bank to look for forest. My CD is still in my account. Until I'm ready to travel, then I'll be looking for forest. So that gives us a positive indication in the business community. So it's a good. So, but before I drop, finally, we don't want to see any leg of another tax in this mid-year budget. That is what.
There is a good indication that there's not going to be any introduction of new taxes. I mean, my colleague in Parliament, nosing around, has been able to gather from reliable and dependable sources that there's not going to be the introduction of new taxes, and that must be good news for you, I guess.
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly, that's what we're looking forward for. Because at the end of it all, the public comes on this business community, and then their cry is that businessmen are always shortchanging them, and it's not our fault anyway. It's as a result of government taxes. So if no new taxes, you see, inflation has dropped. The rate at which price of goods and services were going up has dropped significantly, almost about 5 point something as we're speaking now. So that's why you come to the market space that you don't see price of goods and services going up. So it's a good news. Now, what we're also looking forward for is to how can government sustain this for a longer period? What is government going to do to sustain it? And our major concern, what is government going to do to bring the 70% of people who are outside the tax net into the tax net, so that together we all pay there? I remember when I was in elementary school, they say when more, less divide. So what are we going to do to bring all those people into the tax net? And government should look at the rate. That is very significant and seriously. So I've spoken about infrastructure, especially roads. Yes, especially roads where the interlands are finding it difficult to bring the goods to the urban centers to buy. Some of goods are rotting in the bush in the market as a result of bad roads. So if government is coming out with this big push, it's a welcome news for us. And we also want government to look into agri, where we get a lot of raw materials for production. These are some of the areas we are looking forward for. Let's do away with cutlasses and hoses, and let's look at machinery. What's government going to do to support people who are ready to go? We are always crying that our university graduates should go into agri, but the ground is not feasible. The ground is not lucrative, because it is still going to go back and use hoses and cutlasses. If somebody wants to go to agri, what are the things government have put in place?
Agri input.
To give them some respite. Yes. That for the next 5 years, we are going to give you machinery on credit so they can go into agri. These are some of the things we should be looking for as a country. And I believe we are able to do that. This economy will grow. There's no better country in the world than Ghana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's no better country in the world like Ghana. And I'm glad you ended on that note. Now, one subject or one particular, if you like, phrase seemed to be evident in all three of you, and that is sustainability. Stephen, why does that matter, and why is that critical in the current state of our economy?
Well, it does matter because of our history. We've seen our economy go up, down, up, down, up, down over the period. So usually that's why, we become a bit skeptical when we see good things.
Okay.
So, and it also tells us that we are happy about what we are seeing now. And when you are in a very comfortable place, your interest is that how long am I going to stay this comfortable?
Sure.
Everybody wants to stay at the comfort of his home. So when you are there, how long am I going to stay here without having been brought back? That's why we're all talking about sustainability.
Right.
Because we know, and we also know that apart from the government discipline and effort that government have made for us to get to where we are not, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the prices in gold is contributing massively to where we are now. So, and then we were also under an IMF program, which is just ending. And if you look at it, in our history, anytime that we are under a program, we are very disciplined when it comes to the economy. We are disciplined in our expenditure. So currently, we are seeing this grow because, one, government says, I am committed. And you can see, there have been some publications where sometimes even the finance minister is accused of being overly, protective in spending,
I've heard when people call him a stingy man.
Yes, but I think sometimes it's good that you don't, overspend. He's doing all he can to spend within the budget. So you can hear that your colleague in parliament gave us a hint that they are not bringing a supplementary budget for a new, appropriation, which is a good thing.
I must say, I was quite surprised when I heard him say that.
Yes, so that's the level of discipline that you can see that the finance minister is willing to go to ensure that the economy, we keep the economy on track. But the reason why we are talking about sustainability is that we've seen it before. We don't want to go back to the era where we wake up and one day that everything just comes down. So we are telling the president that we are happy with what we are seeing. We support him, and we are all looking for a sustainable way of ensuring that what we are enjoying currently doesn't become 1 year or 2 year wonder, but then it goes beyond, this tenure, it goes beyond that, and we can say that finally we are arriving at a point where we are finding some level of stability in the economy. That's why the sustainability conversation is very important. And we all know what we need to do to achieve this sustainability, and that's why we are talking about
hammering on that
and telling government that, look, we all know where the solution is.
Right.
Let's try and fix it, and we'll be able to enjoy this economic.
Let me come to Teresa. In listening to Mr. Paddy, I noted with some, if you like, dismay, how his idea of us not necessarily doing enough in terms of revenue mobilization, and arguing that 70% of the people who earn are not necessarily paying taxes on their earnings. How do we change the narrative?
So the First thing that I think we should consider as a nation is to build a robust tax ecosystem.
Okay.
And how do we do that? We should ensure that there are systems in place that ensures that enhances efficiency.
Okay.
There is efficiency, there is fairness, and I believe there should be systems that should be linked. So, for instance, we have the Registrar General, the Registrar of Companies, the Office of the Registrar of Companies.
Yes.
We have the GRA also there. I expect that when there is a registration done with the Office of the Registrar of Company, there should be a point where the GRA should know that this is it. So therefore, I should go after this person, or this person should do the GRA registration before even completing his registration with the Office of the Registrar General.
Have we done enough to educate ourselves in terms of our responsibility towards paying taxes? It appears that is missing lost on a lot of us, and that's the reason why if we don't pay, we're not bothered.
Yes. So education, like you mentioned, is also very critical. There is ongoing tax education.
Okay.
I think the Ghana Revenue Authority is doing very well. It is an ongoing process. We're expecting them to do more. But like I was mentioning, having an interlinked ecosystem is very important. So I do understand that the Ghana Revenue Authority is currently rolling out an integrated tax administration system where it's going to link all of these platforms, all of these regulators, so that it will help in increasing the tax brackets and will not just focus on the few taxpayers within the bracket. So I think it's a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done there.
Mr. Paddy mentioned, okay, Stephen, you want to say something?
I wanted to say something. You know, the percentage that he spoke about, more than 70% of our economy is in the informal sector.
Yes.
Only 30% is in the formal sector. So when you talk about even companies registering, the 30% we are talking about are companies and individuals working on normal payroll. The 71% are those in the informal sector who sometimes even rake in more revenue.
Oh yeah. I mean, you invite a carpenter to
I tell you that there are some people, trading in some areas or doing certain job. The amount of money they make in a month, it is more than 10 times my salary.
Yeah.
But I may be paying 100 times than them. So I think that what we need to do is we should not stop the digitization of our economy.
Yeah.
So if you travel outside the country, in most countries where they are doing well with their tax system, the whole economy there's linked. You hardly find people carrying bunch of cash on them in their pocket. Even taxi drivers are driving on apps where it goes through the card. Uber drivers, when you travel, you go to some European countries, you can never pay an Uber driver with cash.
No.
You pay out of your card.
Yes.
It goes through a banking system.
Yeah.
GRA, it becomes easier for you to track and then get all the taxes that you're supposed to do. Until we have digitized our economy, that we've taken cash from our system, and it becomes so difficult for somebody to just walk to a shop, carry cash and pay. It will be difficult to rope in people. So digitization will help us be able to do that. And then in this country, nobody checks on, anybody can display their wealth in public, sit in big cars, do all kinds of things. And there's nobody checking on them as to whether
lifestyle audit.
Exactly. But in some jurisdiction, even when you are rich, you're afraid to show off.
Of course.
Because tax people will come after you. They will come and ask you, how did you make this money? How did you make it? People brag. Sometimes people even in churches, in other areas, you see some pastors bragging, I have this, I have that. But has the GRA gone there to check whether appropriate taxes have been paid on all these ones? So these are some of the areas that unless we do that, all this rationalization and then the VAT reforms and all of it is still targeted at the 30% that are paying. And we will not be able to do any.
We all seem to agree or praise the finance minister for at least exercising some discipline in our expenditure and ensuring that however big or small revenue we raise, it is properly and adequately distributed so that we don't find ourselves in the spaces we went into some time ago. Now, let's look at our fiscal policy measures and structural reforms and see if government has necessarily stayed within projected policy framework. So 2026 budget to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis, reduce debt vulnerabilities, and resetting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. How has this necessarily been evident in our current economic space?
Well, so if you want me to start, I think that in terms of the figure,
yes,
we are talking about 1.5% primary surplus.
Primary surplus, yeah.
You can see we are there, we are achieving it. But the question we ask is that this is heavily driven by the sector that we don't have, a lot of control.
A lot of control.
So I mentioned to you that we saw in Q1, agric in Q1 2025 we did 6.6%.
Sure.
And in 2026 Q1, it dipped to 4%.
4%, yes.
And agric contains, if I'm not mistaken, about 31% of, agric contributes about 31% of the
overall GDP.
And agric has majority of our employable youth in those sectors. Those in the informal sector, agric is a key contributor. So even though government has done so well in achieving the figures, there's still some work to be done in terms of the job creation, which was one of the key pillars under the key objective under the 2026 budget. We talk about sustainable growth, sustainable job, big push is there, 24-hour economy is there. So where we need to do is to see a lot more, support to industry to ensure that on the job side, because recent statistics show that the unemployment rate among the youth is slightly on the increase.
Okay.
So that means that has not been achieved yet.
Sure.
So the economic transformation, we should now direct it to the productive sector where Ghanaians are engaged in. That's why we're all talking about big push. I am just praying that if for nothing, President Mahama is able to give us this express road.
Right.
I was encouraged to see, there was a recent issue about government expenditure. People saw $1 billion being put, and we were all alarmed. Later on, the explanation was that Controller and Accountant General has actually set aside fund and it is removed to a designated account for the purpose of carrying out that project.
That big push, yeah.
If we cannot do anything at all in terms of the big push, and I can see myself drive to Kumasi within 3 hours, President Mahama will leave a very good legacy.
Right.
So that transformation has to happen. Because we are losing a lot of productive hours on bad roads. So if we're able to do that, and then government, ease up. He's saying that every CD that is saved in the consolidation process will go into these job creation projects, and all of them. Once they are directed into productive sector, we are checking on the cost of power to businesses. We are checking overburdening businesses. We will be able to expand. We will take more people, and government will be able to achieve that objective. Because how many people can government continue to employ? The more they employ people in public sector as a means of finding jobs, the more they hurt the economy. But we can, expand.
If we empower the private sector.
Exactly, we can expand, we can take more people, and that's the way government will be able to achieve that objective.
How do you see private-public partnership in terms of our investment space?
I think that we haven't done much.
Okay.
I would say that we haven't done much. Because more importantly, since government main primary focus was on the macro figures.
Sure.
So I know there have been a lot of engagement. At the Chamber of Commerce, for example, last week, the people from the 24-hour economy, they came to the Chamber Secretariat, had a whole workshop with us to expose us to the 24-hour economy, what's in there for the business community, and how they expect, because they gave us that, they have the framework, and they are expecting us to take advantage of the opportunities. They are creating the environment, creating certain incentives for businesses to be able to expand. So we've got to know how they have identified the logistics challenges, e-commerce challenges, and all those ones. And they were appealing to us in the business community to come. So that's a good step. So we hope to see that these projects will be funded. There will be releases. As for that one, Atu should be able to release them. So there will be releases because that's a very key. There will be releases, as promised for the 24-hour economy to be able to put this framework there, because the business community, we are ready. You've seen Petroleum Hub, excellent idea. The law was passed, but not so much has been achieved yet. They have I had a discussion with them. They have a very fantastic footprint
Right.
to develop a whole economic zone around the oil and gas enclave.
Okay.
And the private sector is ready to go in there. So those are the areas government is seeking this collaboration.
Right.
And I believe that in the next half, as government begin to spend on these projects, we will see more collaboration between government and the private sector. And by that, we'll be able to all drive the growth. We love this country. We want to contribute our quota to ensure that we all achieve, the goal that we are seeking for a prosperous nation, good for all of us.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Let's look at the next line, and the next line seems to move us towards the needed investment in infrastructure, jobs, and social protection. Now, what you want to understand really is how are we working towards achieving this, especially when you take the 24-hour economy, you take the women's banking, and then you again look at the big push. Have we, from where you sit, done enough to suggest that we have not necessarily taken our eyes off the ball in meeting this proposal?
Yes, so I think so far we are making progress, we are making steps. The Women Bank, I think, is a great initiative that the government has introduced to help create more jobs and also enhance or improve the fiscal space in the economy. So I believe that once the women banking comes in full force, it's going to really help in making the fiscal space much more productive and much more efficient. So for instance, you see, there are statistics that speaks to the fact that when women are supported, they are able to make a lot of great things and great impact. And it triples down to their families. They are able to even support their families and then their entire households. So I think it's a very good thing. We are on track. And once we are able to keep our eye on it.
I like that we are on track, babe. It's exciting to know we're on track.
Yeah, it's exciting because...
Let's hold it there for me, and let's join a live feed coming through from Parliament. So what you can see currently is what the chamber currently looks like. I see the speaker already in his seat, and the clerks are also all in there ready with him. Members of Parliament also in the chamber, at least not a full house, but you clearly can see they have quite a good number. So that's what the look in Parliament currently is like. We're still looking forward to receiving the finance minister to tell us going forward. The exciting thing is we're not going to be paying some new taxes, and so at least we should let's listen to the majority leader and listen to what he has.
On this very light note, I want to urge colleagues, let's allow the process to continue.
Yes, honorable members, on your behalf, I invite the Minister of Finance to make the statement.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, I have the humble duty to present the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2026 budget and economic policy of government. So, Speaker, before I proceed with this mid-year fiscal policy review, I wish to acknowledge the devastating floods that struck part of our country last month. Right Honorable Speaker, as honorable members will recall, the floods claimed lives, displaced families, destroyed businesses, and caused extensive damage to public infrastructure. Ghana was not alone. in the affected areas. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has directed the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources to develop a comprehensive and permanent solution to flooding in Accra and other flood-prone areas across the country. The necessary funding for the implementation of this permanent solution will be provided in the 2027 budget and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House with a deep sense of pride and confidence born out of strong performance in the last 1.5 years in the management of the Ghanaian economy. Right Honourable Speaker, this confidence is grounded in sound policy, in evidence, in measurable performance, and in credible data, and most importantly, in the lived experience of Ghanaians who endured a profound economic crisis and are now standing on firmer ground. Mr. Speaker, Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, requires the Minister for Finance to present to Parliament a mid-year fiscal policy review not later than 31st of July of each year. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm here in fulfillment of this legal and constitutional obligation. Mr. Speaker, today I am not here to seek a supplementary estimate. The 2026 appropriations remains unchanged. Right Honourable Speaker, however, we are undertaking a strategic realignment of expenditures within the existing appropriations. Mr. Speaker, government also affirms the following macroeconomic target for 2026. Overall GDP growth of at least 4.8%. Non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.9%. Mr. Speaker, NDI inflation of 8% plus or minus 2%. A primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis, and a gross international reserves sufficient to cover not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, beyond fulfilling a statutory obligation, these statements tell the story of where Ghana stood, where Ghana stands today, and where Ghana is heading. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the full text of this mid-year fiscal policy review be captured in the Hansard in its entirety, while I present the highlights to this House. Mr. Speaker, before I present the details of our economic performance, we must briefly recall where we came from. I do so because the lessons of economic history must never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, in January 2025, President Mahama inherited an economy on its knees. Right Honourable Speaker, the economic crisis of 2022 was not merely an accident. It was the consequences of a series of wrong policy choices. Choices about reckless spending, choices about excessive and binge borrowing, choices about lack of accountability, and a failure to level with the people of Ghana about the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of those wrong choices for the Ghanaian people were so severe. The cedi depreciated at levels never seen before, eroding savings, businesses, business capital, and purchasing power of millions of Ghanaians. Inflation exceeded 50%, dramatically increasing the cost of living and placing basic necessities beyond the reach of many people. Real disposable incomes declined sharply. Interest rates surged, making credit expensive for the private sector. Investor confidence collapsed. International reserves fell to extremely low levels. International credit rating agencies downgraded Ghana's sovereign debt to levels never seen in our history. Mr. Speaker, Ghana lost access to the international capital market. The previous government implemented most painful debt restructuring program that imposed crude and painful haircut on domestic and external bondholders. Financial institutions and individual bondholders also suffered significant losses, with many losing their lifetime of savings. Even pensioners were not spared the burden of crude and painful haircut under the DDP. The Speaker, and businesses closed or relocated, jobs were lost, and many households that had escaped poverty fell back into hardships. Mr. Speaker, this is an honest account of the economy and the one that His Excellency the President inherited. We recount this event not to dwell on the past, but to remind ourselves of the heavy price of fiscal indiscipline, excessive borrowing, weak accountability, and dishonest economic management. So, Speaker, Ghana must never be brought this low again. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. These painful experiences must strengthen our collective resolve to safeguard macroeconomic stability and ensure that such a crisis is never repeated. As a nation, we must internalize the true cost of economic mismanagement and commit ourselves to sound economic stewardship. Some lessons cannot simply be taught, they must be lived. But once learned, they must never be forgotten. Never again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this administration assumed office. When this administration assumed office, it moved swiftly and decisively to stabilize the economy and begin the work of national reconstruction. It was immediately clear that the old model of managing the economy had failed, and Ghana did not need incremental adjustment, but it needed structural reforms. We therefore took difficult but necessary decisions which were neither politically convenient nor painless. These decisions demanded our collective sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, but they were necessary to restore stability and rebuild confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, the progress Ghana is recording today did not happen by chance. Some have suggested that our recent macroeconomic gains are simply the product of good fortune. Others have attributed the recovery solely to the debt restructuring program or the IMF program inherited in 2025. But Mr. Speaker, I firmly disagree. Our recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, I firmly disagree. Ghana's recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Debt restructuring may create fiscal space, but it does not create fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, an IMF program may provide a framework, but it cannot substitute for sound policy, disciplined implementation, and political will. Sustainable economic recovery is built on good policy choices, competent economic management, and disciplined execution, and most importantly, courageous leadership. Mr. Speaker, the evidence before us is overwhelming. Ghana's recovery has been driven by a deliberate program of economic reforms implemented since President Mahama assumed office in January 2025. These reforms have strengthened public financial management, restored fiscal credibility, improved revenue mobilization, reduced fiscal risk, and reinforced macroeconomic stability. The results speak for themselves. Every major macroeconomic indicator has improved significantly. These outcomes are not accidental. They are the product of reforms, discipline, and sound economic management. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to place on record the reforms that have delivered this turnaround. Mr. Speaker, the recovery of the Ghanaian economy has been anchored on three key transformational policy reforms. These key transformational reforms are as follows. The first is fiscal correction. The second is the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. And the third is a complementary fiscal policy for inflation targeting and exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, the first key transformational policy reform was fiscal correction. The objective was straightforward. First, to assume control over public finances. Second, is to introduce new expenditure discipline. And third, to place public debt on a sustainable path. We therefore recalibrated Ghana's fiscal framework to ensure greater efficiency, stronger accountability, and fairer burden sharing across government. Right Honorable Speaker, The 2025 budget reset expenditure to 2023 nominal levels, eliminating wasteful spending that had weakened fiscal management over the years. As a result, primary expenditure declined sharply from 18.7% of GDP in 2024 to 13.2% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, a 5.5% adjustment without hurting economic growth. Most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, the primary balance also improved from a deficit of 2.9% of GDP in 2024 to a surplus of 2.5% of GDP in 2025, placing public debt firmly on a downward trajectory. Mr. Speaker, a fiscal adjustment expenditure led by 5.4% of GDP in one calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this sent an unmistakable signal to Ghanaians, investors, and other development partners that fiscal discipline is the new order. Mr. Speaker, government also recalibrated the IMF program, shifting the emphasis from revenue-led to expenditure-led fiscal consolidation to achieve a fairer sharing of the adjustment burden. We amended the Public Financial Management Act to institutionalize a binding fiscal rule requiring a minimum annual primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP and a debt-to-GDP ceiling of 45% by 2034. These reforms signaled that fiscal indiscipline would no longer define the Ghanaian state. Mr. Speaker, aside, we established the Value for Money Office to strengthen expenditure efficiency, improve the quality of public expenditure, and ensure that every cedi spent delivers maximum value for the Ghanaian people. We established the Fiscal Council to strengthen fiscal oversight, transparency, and accountability. We undertook a comprehensive audit of government payables to eliminate irregular obligations. We also enforced expenditure control. Government amended the Public Procurement Act to require commitment authorization before procurement. Mr. Speaker, this reform firmly linked procurement to approved budget and restored discipline to public expenditure management across the government. Right Honorable Speaker, for the first time, state-owned enterprises are now bound by the commitment authorization, restraining them from spending beyond their means. Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, liabilities of state-owned enterprises have added the equivalent of about 3% of GDP to Ghana's public debt every single year. Mr. Speaker, this occurred because state-owned enterprises failed to honor their contractual obligation, compelling government to assume and settle those liabilities. This contributed to the sharp rise in Ghana's public debt. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the resources that would have financed critical infrastructure were used to pay those SOEs' debt. This is part of the reason why Ghana's debt grew unsustainably without the bridges, roads, or hospitals to show for. Right Honorable Speaker, what is the point of ensuring that ministries and even Parliament live within their means if state-owned enterprises are permitted to run up liabilities that the taxpayer are ultimately forced to pay? Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to recognize that Ghana's debt challenge was driven not only by fiscal deficit, but also by the unchecked accumulation of liabilities by state-owned enterprises. This is precisely why the commitment authorization regime would have been meaningless and ultimately ineffective had state-owned enterprises been excluded from its coverage. Right Honorable Speaker, we also operationalized the sinking fund to strengthen debt management and demonstrate to government that government is committed to meeting future debt obligation. We restored genuine fiscal decentralization by ensuring that at least 80% of the district assembly's common fund is transferred directly to assemblies to support local development. Right Honorable Speaker, we reduced the number of ministers from 123 at its peak to 60 and reduced the number of ministries from 30 to 23 because, Mr. Speaker, because a leaner government is not merely good politics, but it's also a sound fiscal policy. We curtailed non-essential expenditure, including excessive foreign travel, workshops, conferences, and unnecessary vehicle procurement. We also discontinued low-impact programs like the Ghana Cares of Atampa and the YouStart to redirect scarce resources to national priorities. Mr. Speaker, the second key transformational policy reform was the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. The objective was very clear. First, to restore investor confidence. Second, to revive private enterprises. Third, to provide a relief to households and businesses, and also to increase domestic revenue through better policy, stronger compliance, and more efficient administration, not through higher tax reforms. We therefore abolished a number of nuisance taxes, including the following: e-levy, betting tax, COVID-19 health recovery levy, emission tax, VAT on motor insurance. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since 2015, we undertook comprehensive VAT reforms, removing distortions, improving efficiency, and strengthening compliance. More importantly, the reforms have left businesses with more working capital to invest, expand, and create jobs. We also introduced a sliding scale royalty regime for gold to ensure that Ghanaian people receive a fairer share of the economic returns from their natural resources. Right Honourable Speaker, beyond tax policy, we introduced major customs reforms supported by artificial intelligence and other digital technologies to strengthen compliance, reduce leakages, and improve revenue mobilization. Since the introduction of the AI-powered customs reforms, monthly customs revenue has increased by approximately 17%, reflecting stronger compliance, more effective enforcement, and significantly reduced leakages. We also amended the misuse of the tax refund account, ensured that resources intended for legitimate tax refund was no longer used as a slush fund. Mr. Speaker, the results have been remarkable. Despite abolishing multiple taxes and introducing no new tax handle, non-oil tax revenue increased by 0.5% of GDP, from 12.6% of GDP in 2024 to 13.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, simply put, government collected more taxes in 2025 even after abolishing the nuisance taxes, including the e-levy. Right Honourable Speaker, the lesson here is simple. Better policy, stronger compliance, and smarter administration will always deliver more sustainable revenue than higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, the third key transformational policy reform was the introduction of a complementary fiscal policy to support inflation targeting, ensuring exchange rate stability, and building external resilience. Central to this reform was the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board to curb gold smuggling, formalize the gold trade, and ensure that a greater share of Ghana's mineral wealth benefits the Ghanaian people. Through this intervention, Ghana generated an additional $15 billion in foreign exchange inflows from gold, significantly strengthening reserve accumulation and supporting exchange rate stability. This single policy measure improved Ghana's current account balance by 6.4 percentage points from a surplus of 1.9% in 2024 to 8.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a 4 times increment of the current account surplus in just 1 calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this was not simply a gold policy. This was a macroeconomic stabilization policy designed to strengthen the city, build external buffers, and restore confidence in the Ghanaian economy. To reinforce these gains, government developed and is implementing the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy, GANRAP, with the objective of increasing Ghana's international reserve to the equivalent of 15 months of import cover by end of 2028. In a landmark initiative, Mr. Speaker, government has also reached agreement with large-scale mining companies to purchase 30% of their annual gold production for refining by local refineries, strengthening domestic value addition and supporting reserve accumulation. Government further amended the Bank of Ghana Act to make inflation targeting a shared responsibility between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, ensuring stronger coordination between fiscal and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, economic reforms must ultimately be judged by their outcomes. I now turn to the evidence of what these key transformational policy reforms have delivered for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the results of the last 8 months demonstrate that disciplined policies, competent economic management, and consistent implementation delivers tangible results. Real GDP growth grew by 6.0% in 2025, the fastest pace of economic expansion since 2019. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP grew by 7.6% in 2025, the highest rate in 14 years, demonstrating that Ghana's recovery extends well beyond favorable commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, the momentum has continued into 2026. Real GDP growth reached 6.4% in the first half, exceeding expectations. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our nation's history, the size of Ghana's economy exceeded $100 billion, firmly establishing Ghana as a major emerging market economy. Ghana's per capita income increased by more than $850 in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, rising from $2,527 in 2024 to $3,385 at the end of 2025. This is the highest per capita income ever recorded in our country's history. It is therefore not surprising that Ghana is now recognized as the 8th largest economy in Africa. Mr. Speaker, these are not mere statistics. They represent higher incomes, stronger businesses, greater opportunities, and an economy with an enhanced capacity to invest in its people. The labor market is also improving. Unemployment rate declined from 13.7% during the first 3 quarters of 2024 to 12.8% over the same period in 2025. Multidimensional poverty, which measures deprivation across living conditions, education, health, and employment, declined from 24.9% in Q3 of 2024 to 21.9% in Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that about 950,000 Ghanaians moved out of the multidimensional poverty in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, behind these statistics are the hundreds of thousands of families who now enjoy better living conditions and greater hope for the future. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation perhaps tells the clearest story of all. Inflation declined from 23.8% in December 2024 to 5.4% at the end of 2025 and remained low at 5.3% in June 2026. Fiscal performance has also exceeded expectations. The primary balance on commitment basis recorded a surplus of 2.5% of GDP as at the end of 2025. By end of June 2026, we had achieved a primary surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis. We are firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, prudent fiscal management has also translated into a rapid decline in Ghana's public debt. The debt to GDP ratio fell from 61.8% of GDP, 61.8% at the end of 2024 to 44.7% at the end of 2025 and reached 45% by end of June 2026. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has therefore already achieved its statutory debt target of 45% of GDP, years ahead of both IMF program timeline and the targeted date established under the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, debt service is also consuming a far smaller share of government revenue. Debt service as a share of domestic revenue declined sharply from 55.7% in 2022 to 28.8% in 2025, freeing up billions of cedis for schools, hospitals, roads, and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since April 2014, Ghana's external and overall risk of debt distress has improved from high to moderate. Even more significantly, the joint World Bank IMF debt sustainability analysis has moved Ghana from unsustainable in 2023 to sustainable in 2025, and now for the first time ever to sustainable with room to absorb shocks.
Honorable Minister, please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Finance Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, interest rates are singing from the same hymn book. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, a benchmark for the cost of short-term borrowing in Ghana, declined from 11% in December 2025 to 5.73% in June 2026, representing a 536 basis point reduction. The 182-day Treasury bill rate also fell from 12.52% to 7.69%, down by 483 basis points. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the 364-day Treasury bill rate declined from 12.94% to 12.82%, a 12 basis point decline. And across the entire yield curve, average decline was 344 basis points. 2 years, 3 years, and 5-year government bonds are now trading within the range of 11% to 12.6%, compared with about 20% a year ago. Right, Honorable Speaker, monetary policy rate has also declined by a cumulative 1,300 basis points, from 27% in January 2025 to 14% in July 2026. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely lower interest rates, they are lower borrowing costs for households and businesses, creating room for entrepreneurs to invest, expand, and create jobs. We have also made significant strides on the external front. The current account recorded a surplus of 8.3% of GDP in 2025 and has remained strong through the first half of 2026. The cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the United States dollar in 2025, reversing years of sharp depreciation and restoring confidence in the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these results demonstrate that the 2026 budget is firmly on track. The targets we set at the beginning of the year were not aspirational. They were grounded in sound policy, disciplined implementation, and realistic assumptions. The performance of the economy in the first half of 2026 confirms that we're on course to achieve them. Economic growth is exceeding target. Inflation is below the projected range. Fiscal performance is stronger than programmed, and the debt trajectory is improving faster than expectation. Mr. Speaker, The detailed macroeconomic performance will be presented in subsequent sections in this review. Right, Honorable Speaker, the commitment we made to the people of Ghana are being honored, and the results are evident. I now wish to speak, Mr. Speaker, I now wish to speak directly to every Ghanaian listening to me this afternoon. To the market trader whose purchasing power has improved because inflation has fallen. To the entrepreneur who can now borrow at lower interest rate to expand their businesses. And to the worker whose income now stretches further because the cedi has stabilized. These improvements are not abstract statistics. They are the dividend of sound and competent economic management. We recognize that the sacrifices required to restore the economy were significant, and that many households continue to face challenges. But we also know that the foundations of Ghana's economy are now firmly in place. Fiscal discipline has been restored. Macroeconomic stability has returned. Confidence has been rebuilt. And the institutions needed to safeguard these gains have been strengthened. Under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Ghana is not going back. Ghana is moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the government that has delivered these results over the past 18 months has earned the trust to continue implementing the reforms that will secure Ghana's long-term prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, next week, the Executive Board of the IMF is expected to approve the final review of Ghana's Extended Credit Facility Program, bringing to a successful conclusion the financial bailout IMF program. The Executive Board is also expected to approve a 36-month policy coordination instrument, a non-financing arrangement designed for countries that no longer have and are not expected to face balance of payment needs. Mr. Speaker, the PCI will anchor our next phase of reforms, strengthening macroeconomic resilience, support broad-based growth, and signal our unwavering commitment to sound and disciplined macroeconomic policy. The PCI will support reforms across 6 priority areas. First is to maintain growth-friendly fiscal consolidation. Second is to preserve debt sustainability. Third is to strengthen fiscal transparency and governance. The fourth is to enhance monetary and exchange rate policy framework. The fifth is to reinforce financial sector stability. And finally, to promote economic diversity and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we believe our strong implementation record, together with the successful execution of the PCI, will strengthen Ghana's path towards investment-grade status and enhance our ability to mobilize concessional and development financing for productive public investment. The PCI will include quantitative and 26 reform targets, monitored through semi-annual reviews to ensure sustained implementation of reforms that are critical to achieve our ambitious policy objective. Mr. Speaker, the details of the PCI targets are provided in detail in the media fiscal review document before the House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now turn to macroeconomic performance for the first half of the year. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not merely met its first half-year targets, it has exceeded them. Mr. Speaker, overall GDP growth was 6.4% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.8% full-year target. Non-oil GDP growth was 6.3% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.9% full-year target. Inflation has more than halved, falling from 13.7% in June 2025 to 5.3% by end of June 2026, against a target of 8 plus or minus 1% at the end of the year. The primary balance recorded a surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis, firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of 1.5% of GDP. Gross international reserves was 5 months of import cover as at end of June 2026, exceeding the target of at least 3 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, January to June 2026, fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, the provisional fiscal performance for the first half of 2026 is presented against the following approved 2026 fiscal target. Overall deficit target on commitment basis of 2.2% of GDP, primary surplus of 1.5% of the GDP, overall deficit on cash basis of 4% of GDP, and primary surplus on a cash basis of 0.4% of GDP. But Mr. Speaker, provisional fiscal outturn for the first half of 2026 was stronger than anticipated, indicating continued prudence in fiscal management and enhancing the government fiscal consolidation agenda. Non-oil tax revenue as at end of June 2026 was 6.4% of GDP compared to a target of 6.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue reached 7.7% of GDP by June 2026 compared to the target of 7.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant reached 7.8% of GDP by June 2026 compared to a target of 7.9% of GDP. Total expenditure on commitment basis at the end of June 2026 was 8.0% of GDP against the half-year target of 9.9% of GDP. Primary expenditure, which excludes interest payment, was 6.6% of GDP by June 2026 compared to half-year target of 8.1% of GDP. Interest costs at 1.3% of GDP as at the end of June 2026 against the half-year target of 1.8% of GDP, indicating that we have saved on interest about 0.5% of GDP, reflecting lower interest rates and improved debt management. Mr. Speaker, this performance reflects the resolve of this administration to make difficult decisions, implement them consistently, and maintain unwavering fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, I now move to public debt. At the end of June 2026, domestic debt accounted for 54.4% of Ghana's total public debt portfolio, while external debt accounted for 45.6%. On the 17th of February 2026, government honored the 6th domestic debt exchange program coupon payment of 10.1 billion on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, the 7th DDEP coupon payment of 10.8 billion cedis falls due on the 18th of August 2026. Let me use this opportunity to assure this House that it will be paid on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, since January 2025, government has paid a total of $2.1 billion in principal and interest to Eurobond holders without placing undue pressure on Ghana's foreign exchange reserves. Right, Honorable Speaker, there was a time when the world doubted us. Today, every payment made on time answers that doubt, assuring bondholders in London, pension funds in New York, and investors at home that our word is our bond. Payment after payment, coupon after coupon, Ghana is proving one thing beyond dispute. We now keep our word. We now keep our word. That is how market confidence is rebuilt, not through speeches, but through repayment. Mr. Speaker, financial markets have delivered their verdict on Ghana's disciplined fiscal policies and prudent debt management. Right, Honorable Speaker, borrowing costs are down by half. In other words, government is borrowing less. That alone has saved us, this country, 4.2 billion cedis in just 6 months. Mr. Speaker, As Treasury bill rates decline, lending rates across the banking sector are also falling, making it cheaper for households, entrepreneurs, and businesses to borrow, invest, and expand, and at the same time, create jobs. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Eurobond yields have fallen by about 300 basis points since the beginning of the year. This is not just a number. It is the market vote of confidence in our economy and our reforms. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but we are not in a hurry. We are not in a hurry. Right, Honorable Speaker, 3 years ago, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but I want to assure you, we are not in a hurry. 3 years ago, unsustainable debt defined our crisis. Today, our debt to GDP ratio has fallen to 45% and still declining, ahead of every target. Mr. Speaker, the work is not finished, and the PFM debt rule requires continuous vigilance. But the direction is right, the momentum is real, and the foundation is solid. Solid. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's external debt restructuring, initiated after the sovereign debt default of 2022, is now at its final stage. In just 3.5 years, Ghana has moved from default to credibility, from debt distress to debt sustainability, from market exclusion to a renewed investor confidence. This is an achievement every Ghanaian can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, following the 2022 public debt default, government could not borrow long-term in cedis and relied heavily and solely on treasury bills to finance the budget. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has now overcome what the economists describe as the original sin, which is the inability of a country to borrow over the long term in its own currency. Mr. Speaker, 3 years restriction on new cedi bond issuance introduced as a result of the debt default caused this original sin. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, Ghana successfully raised $2.7 billion through its first 7-year cedi-denominated bond since the 2022 debt default. This marks an important step in rebuilding the domestic bond market and restoring long-term financing in our own currency. This further demonstrates that Ghana has regained the ability to mobilize long-term financing in its own currency for development. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm proud to announce that Ghana has now overcome the original sin. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have overcome the original sin. Whilst I'll now take you to the sinking fund. While Ghana's debt restructuring is nearing completion, prudent debt management requires us to look beyond today to tomorrow's obligation. Mr. Speaker, in 2027, DDEP bonds that will fall due is 58 billion Ghana cedis. Another 53 billion Ghana cedis will fall due in 2028. In 2 years alone, Ghana has to repay 111 billion cedis. 111. Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. Right, Honorable Speaker? This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Because the DDEP was not designed to solve Ghana's problems. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Why? Because the domestic debt exchange program was not designed to solve Ghana's debt problems. It was designed to postpone it deliberately, knowingly, and cynically, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, its architect mortgaged tomorrow to survive today. Mr. Speaker, they had a duty to fix the roof. Instead, they moved the leak to another room and declared the house repaired. Right, Honorable Speaker, meeting obligations of this magnitude requires advanced planning, not last-minute scrambling. This is precisely why this government has strengthened the sinking fund to set aside money to repay future debt obligations that we inherited. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the 2026-2029 medium-term debt management strategy, we pledge that 7% of non-oil tax revenue, together with proceeds from domestic bond issuance, will go into the sinking fund as a war chest for the 2027 and 2028 maturities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that today I can report to this House that as at 22nd of July, yesterday, the war chest holds 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we are on course to accumulate 30 billion cedis in the sinking fund by the end of the year 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, for your information, this will be enough to repay the 30 billion domestic debt exchange program debt that will fall due in February 2027. Mr. Speaker, brick by brick, city by city, we are building the wall that will meet the wave so that when 2027 and 2028 comes, Ghana will not scramble. Ghana will simply pay back this debt. This is the signal the sinking fund sent to investors, credit rating agencies, and the people of Ghana, making it clear that this government plans ahead, honors its commitment, and manages the public finances better. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the financial sector. Government acted decisively in July 2025 to restore confidence and stability in Ghana's banking sector by fully recapitalizing the National Investment Bank, the Agricultural Development Bank, and the Consolidated Bank. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Ghana Amalgamated Trust, GATT, completed the full recapitalization of UMB Bank. In addition, government facilitated the full capitalization of the Prudential Bank through a private sector-led approach. Right, Honorable Speaker, UMB and Prudential Bank today stands fully capitalized and primed for business. Mr. Speaker, we want to use this opportunity to encourage individuals, businesses, and institutions to take advantage of the revitalized UMB and Prudential Bank and bank with them. Mr. Speaker, yes. The 2023 domestic debt exchange program had a significant adverse impact on the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet, substantially weakening its capital and resulting in a negative net equity position. To restore the bank's financial strength, the government and the Bank of Ghana signed a memorandum of understanding on 6th January 2025 to recapitalize the bank over time. Consistent with the commitment in the MOU, and as a result of this government resolve to restore the bank's financial position, government issued a recapitalization bond to the Bank of Ghana of $5.5 billion as cedis to the Bank of Ghana in March 2026 to strengthen the bank's equity base. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the government of Ghana will make annual provision to capitalize the Bank of Ghana until the bank's equity is fully restored, in accordance with the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2025, Act 1158. Mr. Speaker, whilst government is helping to restore the Bank of Ghana's capital, the bank itself will undertake a comprehensive operational efficiency review to reduce costs, strengthen financial management, and rebuild its long-term financial sustainability. Mr. Speaker, to implement the Ghana Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Policy, government has significantly reduced the cost of the program from an average of 14.5% of gold pitches to 5%. Mr. Speaker, government is bearing the cost of the program and has accommodated 5 billion cedis in the 2026 budget within the same appropriations. Mr. Speaker, this investment is building an economic war chest to strengthen Ghana's international reserves, protect the cedi, reinforce economic stability, improve investor confidence, and shield the economy from international shocks. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update of the implementation of the fiscal policies that this House approved for us. Right Honorable Speaker, 6 months ago, this House approved an ambitious program of fiscal reforms. Today, I'm pleased to report that implementation is well underway. Key milestones have been achieved, and the reforms are already delivering measurable results. On the revenue side, government is targeting an increase in non-oil tax revenue from 13.1% of GDP in 2025 to 14.1% of GDP in 2026, 1% increase, through improved compliance, broader tax basis, and enhanced revenue administration, and not through higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, we will achieve it. On the expenditure side, government remains firmly committed to keeping spending within approved limits while improving its efficiency and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the individual tax reforms. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the most ambitious reforms to Ghana's VAT system in over a decade to eliminate long-standing distortions, improve efficiency, and support business growth. We abolished COVID-19 health recovery levy. We decoupled Get Fund levy and the National Health Insurance levy from the VAT base, making both eligible for input tax deduction. We reduced the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. We abolished VAT on recognizance and prospecting for minerals. We raised VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000, relieving thousands of micro and small businesses of the obligation to register for and charge VAT. And we extended the zero rating of locally manufactured textiles to 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, these reforms have simplified VAT systems, removed distortions, lowered the tax burden, and strengthened the foundation for improved compliance. Mr. Speaker, reforming the tax law was only the first step. Government is now leveraging technology to transform revenue administration and improve compliance. The cross-border technology solution for collecting VAT from non-resident platforms was successfully piloted in April 2026. The pilot confirmed that the system is functional, stable, secure, and compliant with regulatory requirements. Government is now moving decisively to secure the necessary regulatory approval for its nationwide rollout. Upon full deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system is projected to generate about 2.3 billion Ghana cedis in its first full year of operation, with revenue expected to grow by about 20% annually. Mr. Speaker, this is sustainable revenue without increasing tax rates. It simply ensures that cross-border digital platforms earning income from Ghanaian customers pay their fair share of taxes. Mr. Speaker, Government is also rolling out fiscal electronic devices to strengthen VAT compliance and improve the monitoring of taxable transactions. The pilot phase is at an advanced stage. To encourage participation and improve compliance, government will also introduce the VAT reward scheme, under which customers who obtain valid VAT invoice will qualify for periodic reward. This will actively involve every Ghanaian in protecting the nation's tax base. Mr. Speaker, this is how a tax culture is built, not through fear, but through participation, transparency, and reward. Right Honourable Speaker, the concept of fiscal electronic device was first proposed by the previous NDC administration in 2026. But Mr. Speaker, the previous NPP administration deserves commendation for enacting the necessary enabling legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Taxation, the Use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 999, laying an important legal foundation for this reform. Mr. Speaker, 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reforms. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the enabling legislation, the Taxation, the Use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 966 was introduced in 2018 by the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to commend them. 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reform. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the chairman and the ranking members of the Finance and the Budget Committee of Parliament have been invited to provide strategic oversight for the implementation of this important national reform. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Ghana currently loses an estimated 60% of its potential VAT revenue through non-compliance and systemic inefficiencies. This is unacceptable. Losing 60% of the VAT that you are supposed to collect to develop your country. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. It cannot continue, and under this government, this will not continue. I call on Parliament to support government to crack down on businesses and individuals who collect VAT from taxpayers and keep it instead of remitting it to the state. Mr. Speaker, fiscal electronic devices will help improve VAT collection, reduce revenue leakages, and ensure that businesses account properly for VAT they collect. Mr. Speaker, government has completed a comprehensive review of the Customs Act and the Excise Act. The bills are being laid before this House as part of the Media Fiscal Policy Review. I respectfully urge honourable members to give Customs and Excise Bill the expeditious consideration it deserves, so that these important reforms can be implemented without delay. Right Honourable Speaker, trade facilitation must never become a vehicle for tax evasion. Yet, Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, while 63% of taxable income entered directly into home consumption, the remaining 37% passed through customs suspense framework, including warehousing, transit, temporary admission, and free zones. These procedures exist to facilitate legitimate trade. However, Mr. Speaker, they have increasingly been exploited to evade duties and divert goods into domestic market without paying a single tax in return. Mr. Speaker, the cost extends far beyond lost revenue. Honest Ghanaian businesses and manufacturers are being forced to compete with imported goods that entered the domestic market through tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair competition. It is an unfair burden on every law-abiding Ghanaian businesses. It must end. I must end now. Mr. Speaker, the Customs Bill before this House introduced bold reforms to close these loopholes and restore the integrity of Ghana's customs administration. To curb the abuse of warehousing, Mr. Speaker, government will introduce statutory maximum warehousing period as follows. Perishable goods, 3 months. General goods, 6 months. Raw materials, 12 months. Re-warehousing, Mr. Speaker, will be restricted to a maximum of 6 months, ending the practice of rolling warehousing. In addition, every bonded warehouse will be required to operate electronic inventory system linked to customs to enable real-time monitoring and audit control. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely administrative adjustments. They are structural reforms designed to accelerate revenue collection, reduce port congestion, improve compliance, and provide greater certainty for legitimate businesses. Government is also introducing the first port duty rule. Under this reform, Mr. Speaker, duties and taxes on goods declared for transit will become due at the first port of entry, removing one of the biggest avenues for false declaration and revenue leakages. Mr. Speaker, this simply means, Mr. Speaker, if you are to bring in something and you are to inform the customs official that the goods is destined to say Burkina Faso customs will be at the Tema port to collect their taxes before you move. This will end the practice of a punchy break. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, appropriate customs to customs arrangement with destination countries will ensure that legitimate transit trade continues seamlessly whilst protecting Ghana's revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, Free Zones regime was established to promote export-led industrialization, not to serve as a duty-free trading and storage hub. Unfortunately, over the time, that objective has been undermined by abuse of the regime and weak controls over the use of raw materials. Ghana's free zones will once again serve their original purpose: build domestic industry, expand export, and create quality jobs for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, government will also strengthen import declaration and valuation by mandating the use of appropriate tax identification number for all importers. Mr. Speaker, downstream petroleum operations have for too long operated with fragmented controls and weak integration into customs systems. Mr. Speaker, bunkering and ship stores regime have consequently become vulnerable to diversion, under declaration and smuggling. This economy can no longer afford these leakages. Mr. Speaker, government would therefore enforce the statutory requirement for bank guarantee on the lifting of refined petroleum products and require product movement to be undertaken by only through approved pipelines and electronically tracked distribution system. Mr. Speaker, government will also remove the tax exemption on bunkering services in line with international practice to curb smuggling, strengthen compliance, and protect much-needed revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to excise duties. The evidence for reform is equally compelling in the area of excise duties. Analysis of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages. Mr. Speaker, we will crack down this leakage. Right Honorable Speaker, specifically, government will introduce a hybrid excise system combining value-based and quantity-based taxation for wines and spirits to eliminate persistent undervaluation and misclassification and ensure a minimum level of tax is paid regardless of the declared value. Mr. Speaker, we will review the existing sliding scale excise rates for beer and stout product to better align them with government revenue objectives while preserving the incentive for local production. Right Honourable Speaker, strengthening compliance through mandatory electronic registration of stockists, a nationwide track and trace system, penalties of up to 3 times the excise duty for tampering, and enforcing the law on requiring bank guarantees and abolishing, Mr. Speaker, the payment of 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juice. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juices introduced in 2023. Right Honourable Speaker, this is to support agro-processing and job creation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the Publican AI trade solution. Technology is already transforming customs administration. The Publican AI trade solution was fully deployed in March 2026, and the results has been remarkable. Mr. Speaker, between the pilot phase, January and February, and the full rollout phase, March to 17 July 2026, the Publican AI trade solution increased assessed customs collection by over $300 million, representing 17.5% uplift over the values originally declared by importers. Mr. Speaker, Publican increased the aggregate declared costs, insurance and freight value of imports by approximately 6.3%, but increased the assessed collection by 17.5%. Since deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system has analyzed approximately 366,000 import declarations, nearly 1 in every 4, representing 24%, triggered more than one valuation risk indicator, requiring further review by customs officials. Before the deployment of the Publican AI, many of these declarations would have been cleared without scrutiny, leading to substantially revenue losses. Mr. Speaker, the positive impact on customs revenue collection has been massive. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026 alone, Publican increased the assessed collection by 73.44 million United States dollars, representing an uplift of 25.7%. Mr. Speaker, this was followed by additional assessed collection of 51.63 million in April 2026, 72.5 million in May, and 55.82 million in June, and 35.17 million for the first 17 days of July. Mr. Speaker, the impact is also reflecting in monthly customs revenue, which has increased from an average of approximately 4 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 to between 5.3 billion Ghana cedis and 5.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2026. So, Speaker, let me take this again. In 2024, an average monthly customs collection was 4 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the average monthly customs collection has moved to 5.3 billion cedis to 5.5 billion Ghana cedis. Despite the significant appreciation of the cedi and no major increase in volumes. Mr. Speaker, I have included some of the cases identified by the Publican system in the media review document. Mr. Speaker, it is mind-blowing. Right Honourable Speaker, in each instance, the declared value was only a fraction of the value assessed by the AI Publican system. Mr. Speaker, I now give you update on expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, government is proposing further reforms to the public procurement, Mr. Speaker, in 3 different areas. First, the first reform is shortening procurement lead times. Mr. Speaker, the second reform is to limit the use of single source procurement, and the third is to tighten restricted tendering. Right Honourable Speaker, government will shorten procurement timelines. The lead time for national competitive tendering for goods will be reduced from 23 weeks to 8 weeks. Mr. Speaker, international competitive tendering for works will be reduced from 27 weeks to 14 weeks. Mr. Speaker, competitive tendering must remain the norm. Restricted tendering and single-source procurement must be the exception. Government will therefore tighten the rules governing these exceptional procurement methods, strengthening oversight and improve accountability to ensure greater transparency and better value for money. Single-source procurement will be permitted only in genuine exceptional circumstances, such as emergencies, national security, or where only one supplier is capable of delivering the required goods, works, and services. Right Honourable Speaker, urgency arising from poor planning will no longer be treated as an emergency. Government will also strengthen accountability by introducing sanctions for approvals granted in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will speed up project delivery, strengthen competition, improve value for money, and reduce opportunities for procurement abuses. Right Honourable Speaker, I now take you to flood response and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the widespread flooding that affected Greater Accra and other parts of the country in June 2026, government sought parliamentary approval to draw $350 million from the contingency fund to finance emergency response intervention. On the 30th of June 2026, the Finance Committee of Parliament, acting under Article 1771 of the Constitution, approved the request. However, Mr. Speaker, government was unable to access the funds because the contingency fund was subject to a garnishee order issued by the Accra High Court. Mr. Speaker, given the urgency of protecting lives, providing humanitarian relief to affected communities, and restoring critical infrastructure, government reallocated $350 million from the contingency vote under the control of the Minister of Finance in the 2026 budget to the Disaster Management Committee under the Ministry of Interior to finance the emergency responses. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen flood mitigation efforts across the country, government also reallocated $226 million within the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources to implement additional flood control and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to improving urban mobility and providing safe, reliable, and affordable public transport for Ghanaians. To this end, government is reallocating 400 million Ghana cedis for the acquisition of high-occupancy buses to strengthen the fleet of state-owned transport companies, including Metro Mass Transit and the State Transport Company. Mr. Speaker, this intervention will expand public transport capacity, particularly along high-demand urban and intercity routes, reducing long passenger queues during peak hours, and provide commuters with more reliable and efficient alternative to private vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the update on key policy initiatives that this House approved. Right Honourable Speaker, I now report on the implementation on some of the government key policy initiatives during the first half of 2026. First, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's crude oil production declined sharply from 71.4 billion barrels in 2019 to about 36 million barrels in 2025. To reverse this decline, government has introduced investor-friendly reforms that have already secured more than $3.5 billion in new investment commitment from the Jubilee and OCTP partners. Right Honourable Speaker, these reforms are already delivering results. Oil production has exceeded expectation this year, with Jubilee increasing from a projected 68,000 barrels to about 95,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, while Sankofa is now producing about 28,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, gas production has also increased from 245 million to about 282 million standard cubic feet per day. And, Mr. Speaker, a new agreement with the OCTP partners will increase gas production further to 350 million standard cubic feet per day. Government is also updating the laws governing the upstream petroleum sector to make Ghana more attractive for investment, with a proposed amendment to be submitted to this Parliament before the year end. Right Honourable Speaker, government remains firmly committed to its gas-to-power strategy, which is replacing expensive light crude oil with cleaner and cheaper natural gas. This transition is expected to reduce electricity generation costs by at least 75%. I am pleased to report that by the end of June 2026, government has increased gas supply for power generation by an additional 35 million standard cubic feet per day, bringing total supply to about 490 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. The increase comprises 10 million standard cubic feet per day from the OCTP partners led by ANI and 25 million standard cubic feet per day from the NGAS. Mr. Speaker, this strategic shift is already delivering significant savings. By replacing light crude oil with natural gas, government saved about 3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to $268.8 million in fuel costs during the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, government in partnership with the private sector, is developing 100 million standard cubic feet per day modular gas processing facility. Land acquisition has been completed, while the environmental assessment, engineering design, financial due diligence, and project structuring are underway. Mr. Speaker, this will be submitted to Parliament for consideration. Financial close is expected by end of 2026. Right Honourable Speaker, the project is expected to create nearly 1,000 jobs and generate about $2 billion in benefit to the state over the next 5 years through fuel savings, foreign exchange savings, taxes, levies, and dividend. Mr. Speaker, I now report on our 1,200 megawatt state-owned power plant. Right Honourable Speaker, government is also developing a 1,200 megawatt state-owned combined cycle gas-fired power plant at Kafudidi Abrobano in the Commander Edna Egwafo Ibrim municipality. Mr. Speaker, feasibility studies have confirmed the project viability, with environmental engineering and permitting processes progressing steadily. The first 600 megawatt phase is expected to be commissioned in 2028. Right Honourable Speaker, to reduce costs, government secured the gas turbines directly from GE Vernova, achieving savings of between 35% and 45% compared with third-party procurement. Right Honourable Speaker, the project will lower electricity generation costs, help reduce electricity tariff by 10 to 20%, and create more than 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during the first phase. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker. Government Big Push Infrastructure Program is driving the largest coordinated investment in strategic transport infrastructure in recent years, with projects underway in all 16 regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on 86 projects, comprising 74 trunk roads and bridges, 10 urban roads and 3 feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, by end of June 2026, 13 projects had reached at least 50% completion, including 6 projects that had exceeded 75%, while a further 15 projects had progressed beyond 25% completion. Significant progress has been made on key corridors, including the Kaswa-Winneba, Takrade Aguna Junction, Ofanko in Sawom, Tepagoso, Adentando-Duwa, Tema Aflao, Penny Aflao, Wenchi Sola Atimpoku Ho Aflao, Tumu Han Laura, Tumu Navrongo, and Winneba Cape Coast Takrade roads. Right Honorable Speaker, the construction of the Swami Interchange Phase 2, the Sunyani, Tamale, and Kumasi Outer Ring Road are progressing. Mr. Speaker, feeder road projects in the Eastern Volta region are also improving access to farming communities and market access. During the second half of the year, government will fast-track project nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, improve contractor performance and remove bottlenecks to ensure they are completed on time. Right Honorable Speaker, I take you to the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway remains the flagship under the Big Push program. It involves the construction of 176-kilometer, 6-lane bi-directional expressway linking Ghana's two largest commercial cities. When completed, Mr. Speaker, the expressway will reduce travel time between Accra and Kumasi to about 2 hours. Improve road safety, ease congestion, lower transport costs, and feature modern interchanges, bridges, intelligent transport system, electronic tolling, emergency response facilities, and rest spots. Mr. Speaker, government has made substantial progress in the project preparation. As of 22nd July 2026, yesterday, the Ghana Armed Forces have cleared 122 kilometers, representing about 70% of the 120-meter wide right-of-way in just 12 weeks. Mr. Speaker, the entire corridor is expected to be cleared by the first week of September 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, compensation assessment, environmental studies, engineering design, feasibility works are progressing simultaneously. The feasibility study and detailed engineering design are expected to be completed by end of August 2026, next month. Mr. Speaker, with procurement for the main construction contract to commence in September 2026. Mr. Speaker, as of 2nd of July 2026, $1.7 billion United States dollars have been deposited into a dedicated Accra-Kumasi Expressway account at the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, as at yesterday, 22nd of July 2026, the government of Ghana has deposited $1.7 billion United States dollars into an account, a dedicated account at the Bank of Ghana solely for this project. The funds have been ring-fenced and will be used only after the main construction contract is awarded. I can share it. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore confident that all the requirements for this transformational project, including the resources, the money, will be in place when His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama cut the sword for the construction of the project to begin. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Achia Mamfuom, and also Achia Mamfuom Bridge. Right Honorable Speaker, for centuries, the people of Afram Plains have relied on ferries to cross the Afram River. While these ferries have served the area for many years, frequent delays and seasonal disruptions have impeded easy access and movement of people, goods, and the provision of essential services. The Adoswe Achia Mamfuom Bridge, a 3.6-kilometer permanent bridge, will be the longest in Ghana and will replace the ferries, providing a safe, reliable, and all-weather crossing. As part of Ghana's big push infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it will connect the Kwewu-Afram Plains to the national road network and unlock the significant potential of one of Ghana's most important food baskets. The bridge will make it easier for farmers to transport maize, cassava, yam, rice, and other produce to market, reducing travel time. It will also improve access to healthcare, education, and other essential services, while creating jobs, attracting investment, and supporting food security. Expected to be completed by end of 2028, the Adoso-Echi Amanfum Bridge is a gateway to opportunities, bringing communities closer to markets, services, and better future. The Speaker, the Dambai Bridge. Works is also progressing on the Dambai Bridge, a critical project that will provide a permanent crossing between Dambai and Dodi-Kope and strengthen transport along the Eastern Corridor. The Speaker, the project comprises 1.49 kilometer bridge and approximately 6.8 kilometer of approach roads. The Speaker, at the end of June 2026, fiscal progress had reached 6%, slightly ahead of schedule, with foundation work and construction of the temporary bridge already underway. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road, of which Parliament approved 2 days ago. Mr. Speaker, government has begun the implementation of the agriculture enclave road program. Government is investing $528 million United States dollars, equivalent in cedis, to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads across 4 major agriculture producing corridors. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads, ensure 100% of rehabilitated roads are maintained under performance-based contract, expand the National Road Asset Management Database to achieve 100% coverage, create approximately 25,000 direct and indirect jobs, including at least 7,500 jobs for women, and reduce travel time by over 40% on paved roads and 30% on unpaved roads. Mr. Speaker, the first phase will involve the rehabilitation of 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads to be undertaken across 4 agriculture clusters covering 13 regions of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, Cluster 1 will cover 300 kilometers of roads in Upper West, Northern Region, and Savannah regions, and that will be 300 kilometers. Clusters 2, Mr. Speaker, will rehabilitate 300 kilometers of roads in the Oti, Volta, and the Eastern regions. Mr. Speaker, Cluster 3 will also rehabilitate 250 kilometers of roads in Ashanti, Bono East, and Eastern region. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Cluster 4 will cover 200 kilometers of roads in Western North, Western, Central, and Ahafo region. Mr. Speaker, this investment will improve connectivity between farms and markets, reduce post-harvest losses, lower transport costs, and support agricultural transformation in some of Ghana's most productive farming areas. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the oil palm. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to transforming Ghana's oil palm industry into a major driver of industrialization, export growth, import substitution, and rural employment. A key pillar of the integrated oil palm development policy is the establishment of a sustainability-compliant oil palm land banks to de-risk private sector investment and accelerate the development of large-scale plantation integrated with smallholder and outgrower schemes. Mr. Speaker, implementation of this initiative is progressing steadily. The Ministry of Land and Natural Resources, working in collaboration with the private sector and other relevant institutions have reviewed over 270,000 hectares of land in the Western region. Right, Honorable Speaker, drone survey have been completed on over 117,000 hectares, whilst 46,000 hectares have been selected for detailed land use change analysis. To date, assessment has been completed on 16,000 hectares, of which approximately 10,780 hectares have been identified as suitable for sustainable oil palm development. Right, Honorable Speaker, these areas are now undergoing the required environmental, social, and sustainable assessment, including high conservation value, high carbon stock, and free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC) processes in line with the international standard. Mr. Speaker, similar mapping, land documentation activities have commenced in the Central region, with preparatory work underway in Eastern and Volta region. Based on the current assessment, Mr. Speaker, the Western region alone is expected to provide approximately 30,000 hectares of land for the first phase of the development. Mr. Speaker, as work expands nationwide, the land bank has the potential to exceed 100,000 hectares across Ghana's oil palm growing belt. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will unlock significant private sector investment, create over 250 direct and indirect jobs across the value chain, and strengthen smallholder participation, increase domestic crude oil palm production, reduce import dependency, and position Ghana as a leading hub for oil palm processing and exports. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to work with stakeholders to ensure that this program is implemented responsibly, sustainably, and in a manner that delivers lasting benefit to our communities and the national economy. Now listen, Mr. Speaker, government is also finalizing the $500 million United States dollars integrated oil palm development financing agreement with the World Bank for on-lending to the private sector for the development of large-scale commercial oil palm plantation. We expect to conclude and present it to this House by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, we expect to bring it for approval by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of Government Feed Ghana program, we have commenced the establishment of the 50 farmer service centers across the country to improve farmers' access to mechanization and extension services. To support this initiative, government has deposited 551 million Ghana cedis into an escrow account at the Bank of Ghana to establish the letters of credit for the procurement of 1,840 units of agricultural machineries and equipment. These include tractors, trailers, power tillers, plows, cultivators, seed drills, sprayers, fertilizer spreaders, and combine harvesters, which will significantly improve farm productivity, reduce production costs, and enhance food security. Mr. Speaker, cocoa sector reforms. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is serving as a major source of export earnings and livelihood for millions of Ghanaians, particularly in rural Ghana. Mr. Speaker, since the enactment of the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81, the Ghana cocoa industry has undergone significant transformation. To modernize the governance and financing of the sector, government will submit a new Cocoa Board Bill to Parliament to repeal and replace the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation will introduce a new producer pricing mechanism that aligns producer price with movement in international cocoa price, exchange rate development, and other relevant market conditions. We will also guarantee the cocoa farmer not less than 70% of gross free on board price. Mr. Speaker, we will also seek to establish a new financing framework for cocoa purchases and related operations and restore the long-term financial sustainability and operational efficiency of Ghana Cocoa Board. The bill will also ensure that not less than 50% of cocoa beans produced in Ghana is processed here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we will also restrain Ghana Cocoa Board from taking part in quasi-fiscal activities. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, these reforms will place Ghana's cocoa sector on a stronger financial footing, improve returns to cocoa farmer, ensure value addition, and position the industry for sustainable long-term growth. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to transforming secondary education and eliminating the double track. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana the education remains one of the most powerful investments we can make in the future of our country. Government is therefore taking bold steps to transform secondary education through a $300 million United States dollar World Bank financing. Mr. Speaker, under this $300 million United States dollar World Bank financing initiative, government will undertake 210 major infrastructure interventions across the country. These include, Mr. Speaker, we are building 10 new secondary schools. Right Honorable Speaker, we will rehabilitate 150 secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we are upgrading 30 Category C secondary schools to become a Category B school. Mr. Speaker, aside, we are also upgrading 20 Category B schools to be part of Category A. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to procure furniture to support these schools that we are upgrading and ensure that every school child going to any of our secondary schools benefits from textbooks free of charge. Mr. Speaker, 10 new secondary schools will be strategically distributed to improve access in the underserved areas. One new school each will be constructed in Western North, Greater Accra, Volta, Oti, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, and Central Region. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to benefit about 2.3 million students, over 100,000 teachers, and about 2,000 school leaders across the country. The project will support government effort to eliminate the double track within 2 calendar years. Mr. Speaker, improved learning outcomes, particularly in mathematics and science, expand female participation in STEM and TVET education, and equip our young people with the digital, technical, and green skills required for the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to free primary health care. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to quality primary health care, regardless of income or location. Following the launch of the free primary health care policy in April 2026, the first phase of implementation is targeting 150 underserved districts across the country. Mr. Speaker, government has distributed more than 24,000 pieces of medical equipment to strengthen diagnostics, emergency, maternal, and neonatal care. Mr. Speaker, we have also deployed motorbikes, tricycles, and mobile outreach equipment to improve healthcare delivery in hard-to-reach communities. In addition, community screening for hypertension, diabetes, cancer, and other non-communicable diseases has been expanded, while the establishment of health kiosks, container-based health posts, and upgrading of existing primary healthcare facilities are underway. Women's Development Bank, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government has made progress towards the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. On the 26th of January 2026, the bank was formally incorporated as WDB Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, following its incorporation, government applied to the Bank of Ghana for the requisite banking license to enable the bank commence operations. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the capital requirement for licensing, the Ministry of Finance has deposited an amount of 400 million Ghana cedis into an account with the Bank of Ghana as the initial capital for the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Development Bank is expected to commence full operations before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, and I'll bring you to the conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, in recent times, a narrative has emerged suggesting that this government is not spending enough. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Far from standing still, we have been steadily and responsibly deploying resources guided by the simple but firm principle that we can only spend only what we have, and we spend it wisely and with the future of our nation in view. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, allow me to lay before this House a clear account of some of the expenditure we have made so far to support government programs across the sectors approved in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, first, to compensate public sector workers, an amount of 48.8 billion Ghana cedis for compensation of employees has been paid, including 4 billion Ghana cedis as contribution to SNIT and 2 billion Ghana cedis as Tier 2 pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, to honor our debt obligation, an amount of 21.5 billion for interest has been paid. To honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest have also been paid. To restore confidence on our financial systems, an amount of 10 billion Ghana cedis to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to deepen fiscal decentralization, an amount of 4.4 billion cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund, representing the first 2 quarters of the year, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the National Health Insurance Scheme strong and vibrant, an amount of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. To strengthen specialized health care, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to Mahama Cares has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to support quality and access education and accessible education, an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year to the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to strengthen free secondary education program and ease the burden on families, and an amount of 1.8 billion cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, to improve road maintenance, an amount of 1.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support job creation for young people, an amount of 459 million Ghana cedis to the Youth Employment Agency has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again to support petroleum sector, an amount of 961 million Ghana cedis to the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote development in mining communities and mining institutions, an amount of 458 million to the Mineral Development Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the light on across the country, an amount of 7.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to clear legacy arrests, to clear your arrests, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5.3 billion Ghana cedis has been paid to, Mr. Speaker, to give remaining to free compulsory basic education, an amount of 76 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support the most vulnerable in our society, an amount of 485 million Ghana cedis to LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to provide nutritious meal and keep our children in school, an amount of 877 million to the Ghana School Feeding Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ease the burden on families, an amount of 46 million for BEC registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to remove financial barriers to tertiary education, an amount of 537 million for the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support teachers, the teacher trainees, an amount of 104 million as teacher training allowance has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support nursing training, an amount of 144 million as nursing training allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen grassroots governance, an amount of 93 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote skills development and entrepreneur, an amount of 45 million for the National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support Ghana's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, an amount of 58 million has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support environmental sustainability, an amount of 477.4 million to ARICOPS has been paid. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our campaign promise, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for flagship programs, including food, buffer stock, fertilizers, certified seed distribution, Feed Ghana, irrigation infrastructure has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to modernize agriculture through the establishment of the Farmer Service Center, an amount of 551 million into an escrow account for the establishment of a letter of credit has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support infrastructure development, an amount of 11.5 billion Ghana cedis as capital expenditure has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to improve road infrastructure, an amount of 6.5 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push infrastructure program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support education delivery, an amount of 915 million for goods and services under the Ministry of Education, including sanitary pads, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ensure smooth and effective functioning of government, an amount of 7.9 billion Ghana cedis for goods and services have been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to protect our rivers, forest reserves, and agricultural lands against the Galamsey menace, an amount of 60 million to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with numbers, but with reflection. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with a number, but with a reflection. Right, Honorable Speaker, before this administration took office, this country stood at the edge of an economic cliff. The cedi was in free fall. Inflation has raised 50%. Our sovereign debt rated junk. Our access to the world capital market had been cut off. And for the 17th time in our history, Ghana turned to the IMF for a bailout. Mr. Speaker, that was the Ghana we inherited. Today, inflation stands at 5.3%. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, has stabilized. Economic growth is above 6% and broad-based. Our debt to GDP is now 45%, years ahead of schedule. The primary balance is in surplus, not in deficit. Interest rates have declined significantly, and Ghana has successfully completed the final review of the IMF bailout program. Mr. Speaker, we promised to move this economy from the emergency room to the wellness center. Mr. Speaker, we have kept that promise. Mr. Speaker, I give this House my firm assurance this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Right, Honorable Speaker? I want to give this House my firm assurance that this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. These achievements do not belong to government. They belong to the people of Ghana. Behind every number in this statement is the sacrifice of an ordinary Ghanaian. The pensioner who accepted painful and crude haircuts on a lifetime savings. The bank and businesses that absorbed extraordinary losses and costs. Millions of citizens who endured difficult adjustments so that their country could recover. And the market trader, the nurse, the teacher, the entrepreneur, and the young graduate who lived through some of the hardest months in our recent history and never gave up on his country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization was not won in this chamber alone. It was won in homes, on farms, in workshops, in marketplaces, and through the patience and resilience of the Ghanaian people. This administration will never take that sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, we know that inflation alone does not refill an empty pot. We know that a stronger cedi does not instantly repair a household budget stretched by years of economic mismanagement and crisis. And we also know that there is still a distance between recovery and a relief at the kitchen table. But we also know this, Mr. Speaker, your sacrifice was not in vain. It secures something priceless, a firm foundation for our dear country. And on that foundation, we will build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, to every Ghanaian who endured, to the market woman in Kejitia, the farmer in Busunu, the teacher in Wa, the entrepreneur in Sekendi Takrade, and every young person still searching for the opportunity they deserve, I say, on behalf of His Excellency President Mahama, thank you. Your sacrifice is the reason Ghana is standing today. Your future is the reason we refuse to stop here. Mr. Speaker, let me now speak the hard truth that discipline demands. Right, Honorable Speaker, stability is not a trophy to be worn once and displayed forever. It is a garden. It must be tended every single day or we lose it. Ghana has traveled this road before, we have stabilized, celebrated, relaxed, and unfortunately relapsed. 17 times we turned to the IMF for a bailout. We are determined that the 17th time shall be the last. But that determination cannot rest on the shoulders of the government alone. This is my call to every Ghanaian. The gains we have secured are national gains. They demand a national commitment to protect them. Mr. Speaker, it means paying your taxes so that our schools, hospitals, roads are financed increasingly from our own resources, rather than by unsustainable borrowings. It means demanding value for money for every cedi of public expenditure and refusing to look away when public resources are wasted. Mr. Speaker, it means holding this government and every government that follows to the fiscal rules we have written into law. Mr. Speaker, fiscal discipline can no longer be a policy of a minister. It must become the culture of our country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization can never be the destination. And stabilization was never the destination. It was only the price of entry. Ghana has paid that price. What comes next is the work that changes life at scale, the work of transformation. Through the new economy that His Excellency President Mahama will unveil, we will build an economy that does not merely withstand shocks, but create jobs, generate wealth, and grow on the strength of what Ghana produces. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. Right, Honorable Speaker. The true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. The money we manage does not belong to those entrusted to manage it. It belongs to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it belongs to you and belongs to all of us. Every cedi collected in taxes, every cedi borrowed, and every cedi spent carries with it a sacred obligation to use it wisely, honestly, and always in the national interest. My assurance to this House and to every Ghanaian is simple: your money is safe. Your money is safe. Under the leadership of President Mahama, your economy is in safe hands. And as long as I have the honor to serve as Minister for Finance, it will remain so. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to level with you always. I will tell you the truth about the state of the public finances, whether the news is welcoming or difficult. We will never conceal our challenges or exaggerate our successes. Trust is about the truth, and truth must remain the foundation of sound economic management. Our responsibility now is not merely to celebrate these gains, but to preserve them for future generations. Economic stability is not an event. It is a duty renewed every day through prudent stewardship, fiscal discipline, and unwavering accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not going back. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Mahama and with the determination of the Ghanaian people, Ghana is moving forward steadily, honestly, and together. Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I respectfully submit the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of government to this House for consideration. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, that is the mid-year review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the 2026 fiscal year, ably presented by the Minister responsible for Finance. Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has just told this House that the true character of a Finance Minister is not determined by how much he spends. Such a statement must cause palpitation among ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, basically, what he is telling all ministers that he is not going to spend, he is not going to release funds to you. Mr. Speaker, already you are suffering and you've been redundant in your various ministries. His deputy minister told the nation that 1.6 billion was released to the Agri minister. Today, he says only 1.1 billion. You see, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends. Mr. Speaker, throughout his review, there was no policy announcement for the cocoa sector. The 4 million farmers, the 4 million cocoa farmers are suffering. This finance minister, since he took over as a supervising minister responsible for cocoa, we have seen suffering and wailing, and he comes here to lament. Mr. Speaker, he talks about determining the true cost of economic policy. The true cost. He's talking about having met some debt. What he has forgotten, that he refused good counsel from the minority. When Gold Board and Bank of Ghana charges on the gold for reserve policy was at 15%, we cautioned. He didn't listen. Later, IMF forced them to reduce it to 9%. 3 days ago, the governor announced that he was no more going to participate in this gold for reserve. It's too late in the day. You've already incurred losses of 9.6 billion. That is what the IMF told you. And you come here, you're saying prudent management of the economy. Really? Mr. Speaker, this review is full of English with empty payment. The payment, he said, is done. He said they've done some payment. Why didn't he give us details? You paid your party members. You paid your party members. The monies have gone to your party members. And Mr. Speaker, the Nkukon Kitinkiti project has now become protein.
Honourable members, I insist we listen to each other in silence.
The Nkukon Kitinkiti has become protein for your party executives. They are all cooking akukon kwai. It is now akukon kwai. Mr. Speaker, I want the finance minister to walk the talk. If you come here and you say 24-hour market, 24-hour market at 42 million cities, and you've abandoned the Agenda 111. The hospitals, that should be your priority. You are not constructing the hospitals. Then you are spending a whooping sum of 42 million, and you say you've released 80% to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, you are using the assemblies, their own allocation, to pay for the 24-hour economy. When there are no hospitals, how do you say you are constructing markets? Mr. Speaker, this review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. One to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camilla Al-Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner. you are, and you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here have been threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now, you will go and meet Wontumi there, and Wontumi will be out, and you will go in. So I'm advising you, let us all be measured. We welcome the reforms by the finance minister, and for the first time, he did something patriotic by acknowledging the digitalization reforms we introduced in government payments. Today he has acknowledged it. Mr. Speaker, we commend you for acknowledging MPP. We commend you, but you can do better. Tell your government to free all political prisoners. Dr. Atuforsen, tell your government to free all political prisoners. Wontumi deserve justice. Kamila Al-Hassan deserve justice. The MPs behind me that you have lined them up for persecution, listen, you can decide to imprison every MP. It will not shut us down. We will criticize you. We will hold your feet to account, and we'll make sure you account for every city you spend. But you know what? The good news is that you are on your way to opposition. You are on your way to opposition. So you should begin thinking. You should begin thinking deep, because the Nsawam cells, Nsawam prison will not be locked up. It will open widely for you. It will swallow many of you. From what we are seeing in public procurement, your situation will be worse. So be careful, those of you who are comfortable. And finally, you claim you want a third term. Third term? Third term. You are not performing. You say third term. Atuforsen, you are here presenting a budget, and beneath it is a third-term agenda where you are going to spend money for people to be calling for third term. We are watching you with eagle eyes. Third term, focus on 24-hour economy. You promise one job, 3 shifts. You promise industrialization. Ghanaian businesses have lost confidence in you. You cancelled the 1D, 1F, which was creating opportunity for the private sector. In its place, no policy alternative. Electricity tariffs have gone up over almost 30%. Then you get up, you say you are promoting 24-hour economy. You have sacked public sector workers. Many of the Ghanaian youth lost their jobs. You sacked them. Today you are here. Instead of promising to restore them into their rightful places in the job market, you are not doing so. Then you come, you say we should praise you. Who is going to praise you? If you don't pay and you are holding the money, and then you are there tightening belt and only paying your party members, then we should praise you. We are not interested in the books. We are interested in the economy in our pockets. People are suffering, Mr. Speaker. People need jobs. Your youth, even your MPs, they are praising you here. A lot of them are hungry. Your backbenchers, they can't go back home. Your backbenchers. And you hear, you say we should praise you. We will not praise you. It is the same old story. Asem Dadana. Mrs. Sain. Mrs. Sain. Mrs. Sain. Again. Asem Dadana. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's listen to each other in silence. I insist that we listen to each other in silence. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the House, thank the Finance Minister for presenting a mid-year review of the budget, which this House approved and authorized him to execute. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Finance Minister has given a very good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the records, there is no inconsistency between what the Finance Minister said and what his deputy mentioned some time ago. His deputy mentioned that he had given a release of 1.1 billion, 1.6 billion. Today, the Finance Minister reported that he has given 1.1 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture and
that is payment.
And he also paid 551 million for Farmer Services Center. If you put the two together, that's 1.6. That's one. It was presented. You see, the good thing about this mid-year report.
Honorable members, for once, let's listen to each other in silence. Honorable members, please.
The good thing about this report is that it was presented live on national television. Everybody was watching and they saw the figures projected. So if the minority leader engages in a slip of tongue, it is important for me to I just thought I should correct that. I know that he did not benefit from going to Fufulsu Primary School. So his mathematics might not be as good as Honorable Jinapor's mathematics. When you add 551 to 1.1, you get 1.6. So the Finance Minister and his deputy presented an accurate figure. But Mr. Speaker, we were in this country, in this parliament, and there was a finance minister who told us that he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. That he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. A finance minister who could not run the economy without going for debts. Today, we have a finance minister who has abolished all those taxes, and yet he is successfully managing our economy. We have a finance minister who is not borrowing recklessly, but is successfully managing our economy. That is why I said that this finance minister has clearly given a good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are struggling, working day and night to pay the debts, to fix the economy. Like the minister has indicated, ordinary Ghanaians are making sacrifices. Where is the man who put us in the debt? Where is Ken Ofori-Atta? After borrowing recklessly, creating the debts, he has gone and he is hiding in the United States of America. We must bring Ken Ofori-Atta back. Ken Ofori-Atta should be brought back to come and account to the good people of Ghana why he so grossly mismanaged our finances and left ordinary Ghanaians to struggle and fix the economy whilst he enjoys in the United States of America. And this is a man who was presented by the NPP as a finance minister. And the same people are telling Ghanaians that they should be brought back to power. So that you do what with power? So that you will do what with power? You will bring Ken Ofori-Atta back and he will come and be building cathedrals. Mr. Speaker, this media report clearly indicates that the cathedral project is not ongoing. Mr. Speaker, what is ongoing is the construction of new schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of existing schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of the quality of schools. This media report shows that what is ongoing is the construction of roads, the construction of bridges never seen in the history of Ghana before. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has indeed given a good account of himself. And that is why this House must commend him highly. Mr. Speaker, clearly, under this finance minister, Ghana is working again. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with Dr. Atuforsen managing our economy, we can all go to sleep with two eyes closed, because he will deliver. Mr. Speaker, as for the issues that my friends in the minority have raised, I am surprised that when we have been presented with a mid-year review of the budget, we are seeking to castigate the judiciary of this country. You are castigating the judiciary because it is not the Attorney General who convicted Wontumi. It is not Atuforsen who convicted Wontumi. It is a judge who convicted Wontumi. So the place to go to is the court, where he has been convicted. Go and fight your case in the court. I have full confidence in the judiciary, and I know that if you go there and you full confidence in the judiciary, and I know that if you go there and you and to assure the finance minister of the support of this house, of the support of parliament as he continues to work and improve the finances and the economy. Finance Minister, this morning or this afternoon, you have laid a number of bills. You have laid a number of bills which we believe are all aimed at helping you achieve your various targets. This House will diligently go through the bills and ensure the passage of the bills. Mr. Speaker, why is the minority leader thinking that he should take the same time as myself? I speak for 189 people. I speak for 189 people. You speak for how many people? Let's count them. How many are they? How many are they? How can the person who speaks for 189 share the same time as the person who speaks for 87? How does that happen? How does the person who speaks for only 87 have the same time as the person who speaks for 189? Mr. Speaker, so be measured in terms of what you ask for.
Honorable.
Look at your size when you're asking for material.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, they will still keep your time for you. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was a clear understanding of 10 minutes each. I complied with it. The clerk communicated. Mr. Speaker, we were both time. The majority leader's time ended, and then he was given additional time. Mr. Speaker, I was going to talk about the free SHS that they couldn't implement with internally generated funds, and now they are going to borrow. But I held back. Mr. Speaker, just exiting IMF, they've gone for 1 billion cedis. I kept quiet. Mr. Speaker, $1 billion. But because I wanted to act within time, I acted within time. And now the majority leader has been given extended time. And all he says is that he needs 189, which will soon dissipate. Mr. Speaker, I think the right time for debate will come. He should try and end this so that we delve into the issues, because the finance minister for 2 hours on his sparring message.
Minority Leader, with all due respect,
all I want to say.
Let me bring it to your attention that I am not the timekeeper. They are keeping the time up there, which would automatically cut at 10 minutes. I think the clerk can attest to that. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you observe, for most of the time I was on my feet. I was not talking because you were making a lot of noise and heckling. So I was quiet. If you observe, you see, when you heckle, and I shout back at you, I haven't respected you. The reason is that there's a proverb among my people, but I will not use that proverb. So please, when you are talking, I keep quiet because I respect you. I have to listen to you. If you are talking across and I'm also talking across, we are not listening to each other. And the children who are watching from home will be learning a very bad lesson. That's why anytime you start, I keep quiet. That was what ate into my time. If not, strictly speaking, I did not even speak for up to 5 minutes, strictly speaking. And I have a strategy where when a finance minister comes and delivers a very, very sweet message, I don't want to dilute it. I don't want to dilute it. I know the strategy of my friend opposite is to take attention away from this beautiful message to Chairman Wontumi. That's the strategy. If I follow him along that line, I would have assisted him to achieve his objective. So I will not discuss those matters. So let us leave it here. We'll have the time to comment on the statement, in fact about 2 or 3 days to comment on the statement. At the level of leadership, we'll discuss the time allotment. The proposal is that we start the commentary tomorrow. Will we be sufficiently prepared to start tomorrow? Yeah. It's obvious that you are not ready now. Because when you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi. When you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi instead of the media statement. So you are clearly not yet ready. So we'll make copies available to you. When you read that, you might see that it has nothing to do with Wontumi. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we defer further comment on the statement. We then turn to order paper addendum 2 at commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Yes. Yes, we are now coming to do presentation of those papers. Yes, Manuel.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, with respect, just for your guidance, the statement that the finance minister...
Yes, the statement has been duly laid.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker, where he first laid it, Mr. Speaker, there is a particular spot where such important public documents are laid. Mr. Speaker, I am interested in when it was laid. Where it has shifted to, I'm not interested. Mr. Speaker, it is curious to find that the government MPs are going out now, and they are not even in white, because they find the statement uninspiring. The last time they came in white, and now all of them are running away. You see, Mr. Speaker, all of them are going out. I said it. All of them are leaving. They are not even well attired in their usual white, because there's no inspiration. If you see the mixture of dresses, multicolored dresses, there is no white, no inspiration. They are all leaving. The budget is empty. They are all leaving, Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, the table is the table of the House, and it's very long. The clerk is in charge. Honorable Minister responsible for finance, you may now lay item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2.
Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the Fiscal Electronic Device (FED) policy for the Ghana Revenue Authority. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a firm to develop and deploy the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system, the Sentinel system for the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honourable members, the item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2 at page 1, I have all been duly presented and they are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise Standing Order 97.3. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Standing Order 97.3. A short explanation statement shall be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Mr. Speaker, papers haven't been laid.
Yes,
the Finance Minister.
Honourable Finance Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker. The rationale were presented as part of the media review, and I just completed the presentation to the House in detail. Each one of them, I spent over 10 minutes to explain each of them in the media review. So, under the Fiscal Electronic Devices, I made a statement on it. Under the Sentinel, being the cross-border, I made a statement on it. Each one of them, Mr. Speaker, I provided detail to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is a senior person in this chamber. At the time you were reading the statement, you were not laying any paper. So any explanation on the statement that you read was not part of the procedure of this House. Now you are laying a paper, and it is within our standing orders in 97.3. You were reading the statement under 91. So you should do the needful, but you cannot refer us to the statement that you have made. In fact, we were not listening because it was boring.
Honourable Deputy Whip, by what standard are you measuring the explanation given by the Finance Minister?
Mr. He didn't
the rule
explain.
says
Mr.
you
Speaker,
give a short
he only said
explanation. The rules says you give a short explanation, and that is the short explanation. So the requirement of the rules have been met.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, he didn't explain. He only said in his statement. He explained it in his statement.
Yes.
And in his statement, he was not laying any paper. He's laying the paper now, so he should give the explanation.
But that is the explanation he has given, making reference to his presentation. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the same order 97.3 says a short explanatory statement may be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. 2 earlier on says, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. This person has already made a statement. He made a statement, and then immediately he finished making the statement, has laid papers pursuant to the statement that he has made. So I don't think that there is much to delay us in this.
Honourable members, let me crave your indulgence to acknowledge the presence of very revered personalities in our midst. Honourable members, we have Mr. Anthony Kwesi Sapon, Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority. We have Honorable Alexander Adomako Mensah, Commissioner Support Services. We have Dr. Martin Kobil Yamboriga, Commissioner Domestic Tax Revenue Division. We also have Mr. Aaron Kano, Commissioner Customs Division. And we have Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwesi Ajay, in our midst. We have Deputy Chief of Staff, Nana Wee Bampo Ado. We have the General Secretary of the NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kwete. We have the Chief Director of Ministry of Finance, Mr. Patrick Numu. We have Commissioner for Custom, Mr. Kano. Honourable members, we have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama. On your behalf, the Deputy Governor is also here. On your behalf, I welcome all of them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Once again, you are welcome. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about what you just said, that these appointees who accompanied the finance minister into this chamber are our guests. These are non-ministerial appointees. They said a lean government. Look at all the appointments they've made. Mr. Speaker, is this a lean government? And Mr. Speaker, when it got to the governor, your face changed. Mr. Speaker, when it got to mention the governor's name, your face changed. You were full of smiles. What is it that you know that we don't know, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minority Leader, with all humility, on this occasion, you are completely out of order. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
It started at 12, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we started at 12. It started at 1. So we're not. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I move that. Oh, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the minority side? Mr. Speaker, what happened? Are you dazed? They are dazed by the statement. They are dazed by the statement. This message is so sweet. They are beginning to imagine how many more years they are going to stay in opposition. And how many more of their numbers will come to NDC in the next election if we continue to do these good things. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House adjourns till tomorrow at 12 noon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, I have a duty to second a motion for adjournment, especially so when it's coming from the majority leader. But Mr. Speaker, what's the time? It's 5:30 p.m. It is time to consider the motion on restoring the thousands who have been dismissed. Mr. Speaker, I will pray this House to continue debate on the motion, a motion that seeks to restore jobs. Thousands were fired through government directive. Mr. Speaker, the motion has been on the other paper for far too long, and the majority leader says we should adjourn. Mr. Speaker, he is the leader of government business. There are many youths who were denied opportunity to work. Some had worked since 2017, 2018, all the way to 2024. They've all been sacked to go and sit at home. Their families, these were breadwinners. And today it is clear that the minority is not being given the opportunity to conclude on this motion for this House to go into this matter. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. Those people are still suffering and are unemployed. They are home. So, Mr. Speaker, if the majority leader wants to move the motion and let me dismiss it. Mr. Speaker, if the majority leader wants us to leave here, Mr. Speaker, as for me, ordinarily, I will not support him. But, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second it.
Honourable members, motion move. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move. Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members.
It is obvious that he wasn't ready to move the motion on behalf of the dismissed people.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a motion for adjournment. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor say aye.
All of a sudden become 3 months of import cover. Number 2, primary balance. If you recall, in 2025 when they presented the budget for that year, the minister did what we call voodoo analysis of arrears by asking every MDA to bring arrears even when they were not recognized by the Ministry of Finance. He put together about 67 billion Ghana cedis. If you recall, we told you and the people of Ghana that what the minister was doing was propaganda. As a result of the inclusion of those arrears in the budget, the fiscal outturn was distorted. In fact, in the 2025 budget, the minister reported that the primary fiscal deficit was 3.9% for 2024. He did this so that he could undermine the previous government. 3.9%, not the overall fiscal. 3.9%. In the 2026 budget statement, the minister revised it to 3.1%. The same 2024 primary deficit revised from 3.9% to 3.1%. In this mid-year review, the minister has again revised it to 2.9%. Ghanaians can now see that these governments are just interested in propaganda. How can primary deficit for 2024 move from 3.9% to 3.1% and now to 2.9%? This confession is not by accident. It is because the minority kept telling the world that this government was misinforming the people of Ghana. And this confession is coming immediately after another confession by the Bank of Ghana governor I think yesterday or 2 days ago, in which he alluded to the fact that the financing of the gold board was inappropriate. It was misappropriation of funds, it was misuse of funds, as a result of which they recorded losses of about $900 million US. The governor of the Bank of Ghana now confessed that it was a bad decision, and therefore the Bank of Ghana has discontinued with the financing of the gold board. This is what we thought the minister should be talking about, because it is his policy that led to the establishment of the gold board that has occasioned these huge losses to the state. And the minister didn't mention anything in relation to that throughout the review. Let's look at the debt size. Ghana's debt stock at the end of 2024 was 720.7 billion Ghana cedis. In October 2025, when the minister presented the 2026 budget, he boasted that they have reduced the debt stock from 720.7 billion Ghana cedis to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis. The minister boasted about this. And because of that, they were efficient managers of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as of May 2026, May this year, Ghana's debt stock stood at 720.8 billion Ghana cedis. So the 720.7 that the minister condemned, we handed over to them, which they reduced to 630.2 billion, is today back to 720.8 billion Ghana cedis. Ladies and gentlemen, what they were supposed to have saved in terms of the reduction in the debt stock was 90 billion Ghana cedis. Today, they have brought back to the debt stock 90 billion Ghana cedis. Exactly what they said they have reduced in our debt stock. And this excludes the almost $1 billion they brought to Parliament for Parliament to approve this week. If you were to add that, then it will mean that Ghana's debt stock, in terms of the addition they have made to the debt stock, will be in excess of 100 billion Ghana cedis. And so, ladies and gentlemen, of all the costs that we incurred as a people to bring stability in the city, the sterilization cost, which they attributed as the basis for the decline in the debt stock, what it means that all that cost amounts to nothing, if at the end of it all, we are back to the same amount of debt stock. People must answer for this, and in due course, we will hold those people responsible for this. DDEP. The minister tried to do politics with DDEP. They have blamed the MPP government for doing DDEP and taking Ghanaians through hardship. But the minister is happy to claim the decline in the debt to GDP ratio to 45%. How did we achieve the decline? We achieved the decline because of DDEP. And so it's hypocritical why you will condemn a government that did the debt restructuring and then you tend to take credit for the effect of the debt restructuring. He mentioned in his presentation that Ghana will pay 111 billion Ghana cedis in 2 years to service debts resulting from the debt restructuring. What the minister failed to say is that without the debt restructuring, Ghana would have been paying 230 billion Ghana cedis to service those debts. And so a government that has worked so hard to reduce what we would have been paying by 50%, that government is being blamed today. This is the hypocrisy we are talking about. And let me add that some of these losses are coming from the Bank of Ghana losses. Bank of Ghana has made huge losses. Recently, when they published their statement of accounts, We all heard what happened. Their net equity, negative equity, increased from 58 billion Ghana cedis to 93 billion Ghana cedis. And this was resulting from the policies of the minister. The minister has been quiet about it. He didn't say anything about it. 93 billion Ghana cedis negative equity on Bank of Ghana as a result of the minister's reckless policies. The minister was supposed to have recapitalized Bank of Ghana. And what he decided to do, first of all, was to sell the Bank of Ghana building. But after public protestation, they chickened out. Only for him to come and say he has given Bank of Ghana 5 billion Ghana cedis as part of his effort to recapitalize Bank of Ghana. You have added 35 billion Ghana cedis to the negative equity of Bank of Ghana. And you are giving them 5 billion Ghana cedis for recapitalization. You have just 2 years to leave government because the people of Ghana will vote you out. And therefore, when your reckless policies have contributed 35 billion Ghana cedis to the negative equity of Bank of Ghana, we want to read from you, Minister, comprehensive measures aimed at truly recapitalizing Bank of Ghana and not the gymnastics that we are seeing today. And we need that with timelines. Ladies and gentlemen, what they haven't also told you is that the DDEP that we did led to a significant reduction in our debt stock. Ghana's debt was so huge to the extent that today we can now boast that the debt stock has come down. How did we achieve that? After the negotiation, $5 billion of Ghana's debt stock was cancelled outrightly, cancelled from our debt stock. Another $4.7 billion was gained by Ghana as savings. This is why the debt to GDP is now 45%, and not because the minister implemented any policies. If anything, the minister has borrowed more, and they continue to borrow. Let me now come to revenue. As far as revenue is concerned, their revenue measures have not worked. They haven't worked at all because they are not meeting the target. In fact, what the minister presented there was criminal because the program revenue for half year was reduced by 2 billion Ghana cedis in order for the minister to tell Ghanaians that he has met that target. But he's short of that target by 2 billion Ghana cedis. He brought a wrong figure to Parliament. And that is why we think that it's criminal. He's informing the people of Ghana. He's manipulating the data to look good. Whereas the facts, if you want, go and see the 2026 budget statement and look at half-year program revenue. And come and look at what he just presented today. You will see that he has reduced that program revenue by 2 billion Ghana cedis, so that he can tell Ghanaians that he has achieved the target. Revenue is not coming. They are not doing well. They are not efficient. After calling customs officials criminals for engaging in diversionary fraud, the only thing the minister could impose on customs was the AI publican system. And today he's telling us that customs revenue has increased by 15%. When we didn't have the AI, customs revenues in the past were increased by above 20%. Above 20% year on year. So what has the publican AI done after calling custom officials criminals? Ladies and gentlemen, let's now come to the issues that I think must be of concern to Ghanaians. The IMF program. Our government negotiated the IMF program. This government, the NDC, they lambasted us. They criticized us. They condemned us. But we got an IMF program with financing, $3 billion. Today, when they are touting their achievement, of achieved stability, they have gone to negotiate an IMF program for 3 years without financing. The government that negotiated IMF program with $3 billion financing, you call that a bad government. And today you have gone to negotiate an IMF program, what we call the PCI, without financing for 3 years, under which the IMF will continue to impose conditionalities on Ghana to supervise even how this government is working. If you think you are better managers of the economy, why do you need IMF supervision? Why do you need IMF guidance? So this is the deception we must point out to the people of Ghana. By the time we left government, we did so well as far as implementation of reforms were concerned. The minister said today that they have changed the model of economic management from the old system to a system that is now built on structural reforms. But let's look at how they fared with the structural reforms. Before we left government, we had achieved 79% implementation of the structural reforms of the IMF program. Our peers, Kenya, is doing 70% of implementation rate. Our peers, Zambia, they are doing 70%. This government, the NDC government, brought our structural reform implementation rate from 79% to 53%. That is the secret behind the PCI. Because the IMF told them that when the program exits, we will tell the people of the world that you failed in implementing the structural reforms. And they had to go and negotiate with the IMF. Don't do that. We will accept a PCI so that we can continue to implement the structural reforms under your supervision. That is why they accepted the PCI, which is a demonstration of failure on the part of this government. And so I want to ask them, what economic model have they introduced? What new economic model have they introduced? Nothing. The reality is that this mid-year budget left out some important issues that they promised the people of Ghana. Can you remember throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 24-hour economy? Did you hear a single mention of the 24-hour economy? No. Which is their flagship economic blueprint. And so the young people of Ghana must now know that this government is not going to give them the jobs they promised them. Did you hear throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 1 million coders program? No. Again, apart from the 24-hour economy, which is about jobs for the youth, the 1 million coders program is about jobs for the youth. We didn't hear a single mention of it. The speech mentioned big push, but I can tell you that big push is not big pushing. It needs a push because most of the contractors have already packed out of their sites due to non-payment. The minister brought himself up when he said that they have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis to big push contractors. You have signed contracts amounting to 70 billion Ghana cedis and you have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Minister, what are you telling the Ghanaian people? What are you telling them? And this is just half year. And then you come and boast that big push, 6.5 billion. And his colleagues will say, we have paid. 70 billion Ghana cedis. You have paid 6.5 billion and you are boasting of that, as a result of which contractors have packed out of their site. Let me now come to growth, the growth strategy. Before the statement, the Minister of Finance provided information to the effect that the minister was coming to present a growth strategy, to move from stability to growth. Throughout his presentation, the minister did not mention anything relating to a growth strategy. The entire budget review was silent on a growth strategy. And so, where are the jobs going to come from, Mr. Minister? And this is why the Ghanaian people must be aware that this government has nothing to offer the Ghanaian people. They talk more, they do little. And therefore, I have no doubt that the Ghanaian people will work with us to show this government the exit in 2028. I thank you very much for your attention. My colleagues will add.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to highlight just a few things for your attention. In the minister's presentation, I'm sure you heard him saying that as part of their fiscal reforms, they did not introduce any new taxes. You heard him loud and clear. It is our hope that you do not have a short memory, as they are hoping that you do. Remember, they've told you that the people of Ghana have a short memory, so they can tell you anything, and they believe you would have forgotten the facts. For the records, they introduced a 2% growth and sustainability levy on the gross production of mining companies, a special import levy of 2% on cost, insurance, and freight value of certain goods, and then 15% VAT on non-life insurance premiums. The fourth tax they introduced was the growth and sustainability levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. Then they also introduced a special import levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. And then the 8% DUMSO levy, the one they brought almost at midnight, before they brought the petroleum-related levies, and then what we call the fishing levy, the withdrawal of the tax exemption on marine gas oil supply to industrial fishing vessels. Those are 8 taxes that this government introduced. Yet today, the minister was telling you they hadn't introduced new taxes. Even today, if you didn't pay attention, you would have missed the fact that he introduced one more tax. Yeah. He said they are going to remove the tax exemption on bunkering. When you remove the exemption, you have introduced a tax. But this is the PR and settings that they do. They hide it in flowery language. And if you are not careful, you will not realize it. Senior Amin talked about the fact that they didn't mention the numbers. This is the first time we have had a mid-year review in which the Minister of Finance refuses to mention the revenue target and actual, and the expenditure target and actual. This is the first time. Because the essence of a mid-year review is that you are going to review how you have performed, target to actual. We are in a community of reading men, and so we read. Go to Appendix A, and he tried to hide it there. 2A, he tried to hide it there. The revenue target for the year is 268 billion. Half year is supposed to be 134 billion. You know what the minister did? That's what Minister Amin was referring to. He deliberately understated it that half year is supposed to be 126 billion. So that when he tells you that his half year actual is 124, you would think he has only missed it by 2 billion. But actually the difference between 134 billion and 124 billion is 10 billion. That is a 7% shortfall on revenue. Yesterday when we met you, we told you that they are manufacturing the primary balance and the overall fiscal balance. And we'll prove to you. When you go to the expenditure side, what he couldn't mention on the floor, the one is hidden in the appendices. Total expenditure is 302 billion. Half year is supposed to be 158. That 158 includes the 35 Agenda 111 buildings they promised to do. It includes some of the contractors that they are supposed to pay under Big Push. It includes their flagship programs like the 1 million coders, Jumerura, 24-hour economy, all of those ones. You will be heartbroken to find out that half year 158 billion, they have actually only released 127 billion. The difference is 31 billion Ghana cedis. You know what 31 billion Ghana cedis can do to create jobs, to impact lives? And that's a 20% shortfall on expenditure. This is how they are manufacturing the overall balance. This is how he's able to now tell you that, oh, the deficit is now this way and the primary balance is now this way, because he's suppressing expenditure in the most critical sectors. I just want to speak about 2 other issues and then I'll yield to my colleague. The minister also looked the people of Ghana in the face and told us that this is the first time that the Ghanaian economy has hit about $100 billion. Literally, if you do the conversion, about 1 trillion Ghana cedis. In 2024, we went past that mark. We went past 1 trillion in 2024. Why would you look the people of Ghana in the face and tell us this blatant untruth? It is because they are hoping that you will forget the figures. But we on this side of the house, we pay attention to the details. This is the first time that the minister has mentioned growth. Yes, 6.4, but has not been able to disaggregate that growth and tell you the sources. Remember yesterday we told you that if you disaggregate, it is mostly because of gold, reliance on high gold prices. And that in the minister's own accounting that he did, he said that if your growth is based on gold is a galamsey economy. He knows that if he tells you the disaggregated sources, you will figure out that what they are applauding themselves for is a reliance on gold. And so, colleagues, we are here to tell you that just as we mentioned at the beginning prior to this, they are manufacturing the balances, they are not delivering on their programs. I yield to my colleague, Honorable Abena, to make a few more submissions and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think they've said it all. But what I also want to put across is that you heard the minister say that we are going to reallocate this amount of money, we are going to reallocate that amount of money. But let me tell you, for 2026, the budget is sealed. So he didn't even tell us that the 400 million Ghana cedis that he said he was going to reallocate, he didn't even show us where it's going to come from. It is just about talk. You go to the appendices, you find out the numbers, you see the numbers. All the long talk is the appendices that will tell you whether truly that is going to happen or it is not going to happen. All that he said today, I'm going to add 1,000 kilometers of road. Go and check the appendices and see whether the budget, the numbers supports an extra 1,000 kilometers. The numbers have been sealed already. It was sealed in November 2025 when the 2026 budget came into, was passed in Parliament. So these are some of the things that we want you to go and look at. Don't just take, the talk as he said it, but go and look in the numbers. And finally, my minister, former minister, mentioned the fact that already Bank of Ghana had spent $900 million on Gold Board. When you look in the mid-year budget review, it also gives you your 2025 actuals. And in 2025, the 2025 actuals, for the last quarter, the Minister for Finance spent another $297 million on Gold Board, translating into 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Let's ask them, what is this at all with Gold Board that is siphoning so much money from us? $900 million from Bank of Ghana and $297 million from the Ministry of Finance. That is one thing I expect the journalists to go in there and find out from them what exactly is happening there. That from Bank of Ghana, you are siphoning $900 million, and then from Ministry of Finance, $297 million. Just in the last quarter. When I say the last quarter of 2025, I mean October, November, December of 2025. And that is worrying. And I expect our journalists and the people who really think and care about this nation to go and find out what is it that is happening at the Gold Board that BOG incurs 900 million, Ministry of Finance also incurs 297 billion. And the minister also mentioned the fact that the Fiscal Council and the Value for Money offices are already making impacts. These two offices haven't been set up at all. So how come they haven't been set up, yet their impacts have been reflected in the statement he made today? Settings. Please, let's listen, let's open our eyes, let's ask questions. The Value for Money bill has been passed, all right. The Fiscal Council, yes, we know about it, but it hasn't been formed. So how come you are able to say that both the Value for Money office and the Fiscal Council is already making impact to the tune that can reflect in the economy? Clearly, there's nothing like that. So when you are asking these questions, these are some of the things I expect you to also answer. And then when you look at, the minister kept mentioning, the fiscal policy that they have introduced, they are trying to live within their means. And then here is an agency under the Ministry of Finance, that is Ghana Revenue Authority. Parliament voted for you to spend 5.1 billion in 2025, and guess what? They added an extra 100 million. As there's an adage which says that, so if you want to check people going over and above their expenditure, it should come from your own home. And then your own home cannot happen to, purport to be living within their means and spend extra 100 million that Parliament did not vote for GRA. These are some of the things we expect the journalists to also ask the minister. That you say, yes, you are living within your means. How come an agency under you, an agency that you manage, has gone over and above their budget for 2025 by over 100 billion? That is very important. Even 1 million is so much money. How much more of a 100 million? This is something you should think about, and this is something you should also ask the minister. But I think in the coming days, we'll come up with quite a number of issues that we have noticed in this 2026 budget. I want to tell you that the numbers for 2026 are sealed. So whatever the minister came here to say concerning monies that they are going to reallocate, monies that they are going to use for anything, it is not the case, because the 2026 budget are sealed, and the minister did not come with a supplementary budget. If he had come with a supplementary budget, that is when he could have added on more finance, more expenditure. But there's nothing like that. So once there's no supplementary budget, there are no added additional revenues, and the revenues are even performing very poorly. So once there's nothing like that, the reallocation, I'm doing 1,000 kilometers of road, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, it's all talk, and the numbers do not speak to that. Thank you very much.
All right, so not too long ago, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasela Tufosing, presenting the mid-year budgets to Parliament. Many figures he's been throwing out there. Of course, the minority would have their say, they would give you a different view and a different perspective of some of the figures presented by the Finance Minister. As time goes on, we get to, get a full comprehension and details of the figures as presented by the Finance Minister. But he's been trying so hard to fight that narrative, especially from the minority, that the 6.4% growth we recorded in the first quarter of the year has largely been driven by the performance of the gold sector. The Finance Minister says no, that's, even though that has been part of our growth has come as a result of prudent fiscal management, tax reforms, and a proper exchange rate regime, especially in collaboration with the Bank of Ghana. The Finance Minister has also been giving us updates on what the government has done to ensure that the debt overhang, the huge debt they inherited from the previous administration, has been paid. And so you heard him talk about the sinking fund, a fund that is ring-fenced. Government, pushes revenue from non-oil revenue into that account, and they are able to pay loans as and when they are due. So not too long ago, the government paid some $700 million to Eurobond holders, some 10 billion Ghana cedis to our domestic debt, domestic bond holders here in Ghana. And the Finance Minister has been saying that in the next 2 years, we are expected to be paying some 111 billion Ghana cedis in debt. And so the strategy is really to ensure that we stay within our means and we, prepare towards paying some of these loans even ahead of schedule, to ensure that investor confidence remains intact and improved in the country. He's also been talking about a few government initiatives like the Women's Development Bank, and he's saying that the Women's Development Bank has been incorporated. What is left to be done is to get the license from the Bank of Ghana. An amount of 400 million Ghana cedis has been lodged in an account with the Bank of Ghana, which is the minimum capital requirement for commercial banks here in the country. And by the close of the year, the Women's Development Bank should come into fruition. We hope to see how that goes, especially because of the conversation, the media had with the governor of the Bank of Ghana. We wait to see whether by the end of the year, the central bank or the Women's Development Bank is able to come into full operation. He has also been giving updates on the Kumasi-Accra Expressway. Some 1.7 billion Ghana cedis again has been lodged at the Bank of Ghana, for this particular project. And so he says that by September this year, we are likely to see real contracts being awarded to start the construction of the Kumasi-Accra Expressway. The Finance Minister, as I said, has been trying to make a case that government is not curtailing spending. And so he's been listing various amounts of monies that have been released to key sectors, talking about free senior high school, our capital expenditure, agriculture. And so when it comes to agriculture expenditure, he says some 1.1 billion Ghana cedis was released to the Ministry of Agric, in addition to some 555 million Ghana cedis that was pushed into the farmer center initiatives. A lot of monies, he says, have been paid. Monies paid to our assemblymen as allowances, around some 555 million Ghana cedis thereabout. And so the finance minister says that the 2026 budget remains on course. Almost all the macroeconomic targets and the fiscal targets have been met. Inflation now at 5%. If you look at the target of 8% in the 2026 budget, we've seen our international reserves doing 5 months of import cover compared to a target of not less than 3 months of import cover in the 2025 budget. And so he says that the budget remains on course and the target should be achieved even as we approach the end of the year. And so, as I said, the conversation will continue on radio, on TV, online, and we journalists would have to settle in to read and understand a meaningful conversation even after today. So this has been our special coverage of the 2026 media budget review as presented by the finance minister. At this point, we'll hand over to you in the studio. Let's wrap up the conversation.
Thank you very much. You're still watching GBC News, the special production or special presentation of the mid-year review budget by the Finance Minister, the Honorable Dr. Kisiel Ato Forsen. In that statement, there were some 10 key highlights, but my summary in studio has been that the 2026 mid-year budget review is principally about consolidating claims or claimed fiscal gains, avoiding additional taxation, improving revenue mobilization, managing debt, and demonstrating that economic stabilization is translating into jobs and real economic relief. I still have with me in studio, to my immediate left, as I introduced her earlier, Theresa. Theresa, I've almost lost your last name. Yeah, Theresa Samuel. Thank you very much. Theresa, thank you for staying with us. She's a Manager, Tax and Regulatory, Deloitte Ghana. And then I also have Mr. Stephen Kwati Yeboah, National Council Member of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. This so far has been my wrap on there, but I'm not sure whether you hold the same view. Theresa, let me start with you. What has been your impression so far with the budget, media budget presentation?
So far, I think it's been great. We've all been advocating for using technology, digitalization, which is very key to be able to mobilize more of the revenue, close out the gaps, all the leakages. We'll be able to mop all of them up so that we can get more revenue from our taxes instead of overburdening the existing and then the formalized taxpayers. Sure. So I think it's great, and we are looking forward to the government and the team, whoever is responsible, the stakeholders who have already been consulted or who are currently being consulted, to take up and then manage it efficiently to ensure that we meet the targets that we have set for ourselves.
Right. Let me go over to Stephen. The finance minister seemed to have armed himself, especially with indicators or achievements since the last presentation. What was your overall impression before we come to look at the key highlights?
Well, I think generally he did well. He gave an account of what is done. If you look at the 2026 budget, the finance minister actually went back to the 3 thematic areas,
sure.
The pillars around which he's doing his economic management. He touched on fiscal correction, he touched on modernization of Ghana's tax regime, and then the third one, complementary fiscal policy for inflation targeting and exchange rate. And in all those areas, you could see that he told us what he said he was going to do and what he has done so far in the first half of the year, which is very impressive. And then he gave an indication what we should expect going forward. Well, apart from all the political issues from left and right, I think that he's, to a very large extent, gave us a very good presentation today. I was impressed about the process. I was impressed about how he accounted for what he's done.
Right.
And I think he stuck to the letter of his prior, the main budget that he presented to give us a review. So for me, it satisfied, what I was expecting in terms of giving us a review, telling us what you have done compared with what you targeted.
In his opening, there was this key, profound statement he made, and that has to do with the economic recovery issue. And he mentioned our recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Is that the real situation?
Well, it's not for me to generally tell.
Right.
I think those are some of the policies. If you look at his own presentation, he acknowledged some of the efforts that were done by the previous, regime. But we can never say that the economy looks stronger now as compared with where he came to meet it. We know we've had our challenges in the past.
Sure.
And you saw during the minorities response, they also mentioned some of the painful decisions they had to take, the domestic debt exchange, and how that has also impacted on our debt to GDP ratio now, because we've had about $5 billion of our debt cancelled, some additional $4 billion there. But you can never take away that from what he has done as a finance minister.
Right.
I think everybody acknowledges that he's managed the economy very well. I was pleasantly surprised because, for example, you can see that he was determined to maintain his fiscal discipline. So even though we've had this massive flood issue, he spoke about the funds they have taken from the contingency fund, 350 million or so, to deal with the situation now, and that he's only going to find space in 2020, the next year budget, to look at a comprehensive one. So he's not tempted to even spend now. You people call him
a stingy man.
A stingy man, because he's not willing to see. And you can look at his estimates. Normally budget media review, you are expecting that. Okay, everybody was expecting that he will bring supplementary estimates that I need more money to be able to spend to do A, B, C, D. But he actually stuck to his budget and said, I'm not going to ask for additional money. I'm going to spend within what I've already budgeted, and that was quite impressive.
Right, let me bring on Teresa. Teresa, real GDP growth reached 6.4% in the first half, exceeding expectations. Despite that, there was no mentioning of any new taxes. Does that give you any satisfaction, and was that part of your expectations?
Yes, it does give me some great satisfaction, because I think now the government is now looking at enhancing its tax system instead of imposing extra taxes to get more money to run the country or run the economy. So I think it's a step in the right direction. We should continue with that. Implementation is key. We might have the idea, we might have the foresight, but how we implement it, and also, like we mentioned earlier, educating the stakeholders, all those who are involved should be well educated so that they would understand what they are supposed to do or the impact of what they are doing. So we will all bring our minds together and ensure that the goals we set for ourselves are met. We are able to achieve the targets we have set for ourselves.
Thank you very much. Let me go on the phone and engage Mr. Nelson Kujo Kwagbeji, who is a financial analyst, to if you like, understand what his impressions has been relative to the media budget. Thank you very much, Nelson. Good evening. We're grateful you could join us. First of all, you listened to the finance minister. Was there any point where you can say that your expectations, however they were, or whatever they were not necessarily mentioned?
Well, thank you very much. Good evening. Well, I don't have any specific points in the budget that will actually throw off my hope. I've always maintained that when the initial budget was presented, as market players, our main concern was how we are going to maintain and sustain the macroeconomic stability. Having in mind that we were going to exit the IMF program along the way. However, generally, I think that we have enjoyed some relative level of stability. When you consider the various primary macro indicators, they are all green. One of the things that is striking is that the debt to GDP still remains below 50%. And if you recall, in December 2022, the debt to GDP was well over 71%, and that was the source of our problem. And so if you are able to restrict yourself to the domestic debt market and also maintain a debt to GDP ratio of about 45%, I think that is highly commendable. Again, if you look at the rate of accumulation of our debt, it's just about 12%, because we ended 2025 with 641 billion Ghana cedis. However, today we are doing about 720 billion Ghana cedis, so the rate of accumulation is also good. Now, the fundamental question is, are we going to maintain this same stability to the end of the year? What of the monetary sector? I think that Bank of Ghana has also played a very significant role in maintaining this stability. If you recall, we had our gross international reserve about $14.2 billion, which has actually reduced to about $12.9 billion, which is basically as a result of the forex intermediation by the Bank of Ghana. Reason why we've been able to enjoy some relative stability as far as our currency is concerned. So generally, I think the economy remains, highly stable. The only thing we need to do now is to grow the economy and create the needed jobs.
That's where my next question comes in. Was there any point where you perhaps could point to a particular statement as he read that would necessarily say this is our direction towards building or developing or perhaps encouraging growth?
Yes, we cannot look at it in isolation. I think we need to look at it holistically, because it is the various policy interventions and programs that the government is doing that will eventually culminate into the growth that we are looking for. But if you look at the revenue side, I think that they've been able to do well, because as at the end of the second quarter, they've been able to mobilize about 124 billion as against 126 that they've been able to do. So there is a little shortfall in revenue, and so we need to double up our efforts, enhance compliance efforts in order to close the revenue gap.
The gold bond financing, which the Bank of Ghana is currently going to take their hands off, does that give you any assurances that perhaps on the back of that our economy may take a different direction towards growth?
Well, the Bank of Ghana's gold arrangement, purchasing and financing with gold bond, is just a financing arrangement. And because of that, Bank of Ghana has to take a very deep bite at the end of 2025, because their balance sheet was highly impacted. And so now that they are leaving that to the gold bond themselves, I think they will focus more on their primary mandate of maintaining price and currency stability. And to that extent, we expect their balance sheet to also, remain relatively stable, even though Bank of Ghana is not a profit-oriented entity. The fact that they are insolvent simply means that they may not be able to, as it were, perform their mandates creditably. And so, with this arrangement, we don't expect any forex trading effect on the balance sheet of Bank of Ghana. So that once gold bond takes that on, Bank of Ghana can remain resilient to maintain and focus on their core mandate of maintaining price and currency stability.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much, Nelson. We're grateful you could join us. That on the phone to us has been Mr. Nelson Kwagbeji, who is a financial analyst. Thank you very much. Let me come in studio and let me come to you, Stephen. Steve, we're looking at value addition as part of our production measures to increase, or if you like, grow our economy. Cocoa has been one of the commodities earmarked for this move, so that we will not necessarily export our raw beans as has been the case in the past, but we're going to look at some value addition. How will that, if you like, enhance any or support our growth in the right direction, given that although we're out of the IMF grips, we're somehow still there with the IMF?
So I take it from the point, the conclusion of the finance minister.
Finance minister, okay.
You know, one thing I like is that after all the
political rhetoric,
the political issues, he was the first to recognize that what we are currently experiencing, it is possible that we might have a shock, and all the gains that are being made now, we could go back. So he reminded us about our history, and said that we should not take our eyes off it. So I like these kind of transformational policies. What is important is that we follow with the policy, the ideas that we have. Well, the problem we have is that Ghana sometimes we bring a lot of policies, but implementation. Because I know there are a number of cocoa processing companies that sometimes struggle to get real cocoa beans to buy. Because we take the raw materials and we export. And they have to go outside, go and import cocoa beans, bring it back and refine them in the country here.
Like we do to our oil.
Exactly. So we take it there and they detect how much they want to pay to us. You know, at a point in time, Ghana had to come together with Ivory Coast to say, we are not going to sell our cocoa at this price. So if government says that about 50% of the cocoa beans that will be processed in Ghana, that will be very, very transformational. And you also notice that the minister mentioned that they now have agreement with the major mining companies for 30% of the gold
to be refined here,
to be purchased and refined here, because we now have a gold refinery company in Ghana. And I'm privy to certain communications that from one of the major mining companies, you know, instructing and giving direction that they have an agreement to do this. So this is how we add value, because we've been talking about adding value. And he also mentioned that he's going to give some tax exemption for those who process local juice. So this is what the private sector, you know, from the Chamber of Commerce, this is what we've been asking for over the years, that government must have these strategic, you know, move to ensure that the private sector is empowered. So that will be massive, because what is going to happen is that it will increase our exports. And when we increase our export and gold prices drop, we will still have adequate foreign, because our forest exchange thing is demand and supply. Apart from backing it with sound economic policies, it's demand and supply of the currency. Whenever there is liquidity, the currency stabilizes. So I think that that's very, very important. I want to encourage the minister. It should not remain as a policy statement. They must see through it. And I'm hoping, I'm glad that he said that it's part of the new Cocoa Board bill that they are going to, which means it's going to be backed with legislation. And once they enforce it, that will be very interesting for us.
Thank you. Let me bring on Theresa. Theresa, despite the performance of gold and crude oil, which clearly government has taken that to be the major driver in managing or transforming our economy, are there some other areas you would suggest or you think, if government pays attention to, may also help in growing or transforming the economy apart from gold and oil?
Yes. So like Stephen rightly mentioned, value addition. We don't just produce, we do not just grow them like the cocoa beans. We don't just grow them and then we export them. The things that we export, we should be adding value to them. And in adding value to them, definitely there will be some much more revenue to get from them, as opposed to just transporting them or exporting them in their raw state. So value addition is key. It's also definitely going to help with revenue in terms of our value-added taxes. So those are things that we should look at. It's very critical. adding value to what we produce. And aside from that, to the things we get, I think we should also focus on our tax system.
Sure.
I'm always very keen on our tax system. Once we are able to have a very efficient tax system, it does so much good to us. Not focusing on only the formal sector, introducing more digitalized reforms to ensure that we rake taxes from everybody who is making revenue, who is enjoying some revenue. We should be able to put everybody in the tax bracket and ensure that we get the funds. Yeah.
Moving on from tomorrow, on the back of what we know today, do you expect the markets to respond in a certain way, Steve?
Oh, I think that yes. Well, once the government has given an overview, because the markets plan based on the budget estimate. You know, when we came to the studio, all of us were eager to hear what was going to happen. Is he going to ask for supplementary? From us on the business sector, he's going to bring new taxes. So these were our worries. We were waiting to see that, you know, these things will not be implemented. And once we've had that assurance, the budget review, I think it gives us room for us to be able to plan, because we know that we can plan up to the end of the year, and we are not going to have any shocks or any introduction of new taxes there. So the market is going to respond positively. And the outturn, apart from, you know, the shortfall in revenue, the outturn, economic outturns gives an indication that government is on course to achieving major part of the targets that they set in the budget. So that gives confidence in the market. The only concern which from the private sector, which I had in there, which we want to see how this new custom bill, you know, how it looks like, because the
hybridized custom bill
mentioned a number of things about introducing hybrid excise duty on, you know, the importation of certain
commodities, juices and drinks, and
those
wines and the rest of them.
And then I think they should tread cautiously on some of the drastic policies they want to implement as far as the bonded warehousing system and the free zone systems are concerned. Because I don't know if there are leakages, we should look at it. But trying to probably impose digitizing the stock system for these are going to increase cost of business, and it might lead to some panicking around there. We support government that we don't want, from the private sector, we don't want anybody to evade taxes, because taxes, we are all talking about revenue shortfall. Taxes is what government needs to be able to drive the economy. But at the same time, the overemphasis on the private sector companies, you know, trying to always, whenever there is shortfall, the target is easily go to the private sector, you know, because there are evasion of, if somebody is evading taxes, take it. But we should be careful not to collapse the warehousing and bonding system, because it can make doing business very complex and can also increase cost of doing it. So we'll be keen to see what will be put in the custom amendment bill. And the minister, Dr. Atufu Forson, we've known him to be one gentleman who likes to engage the private sector, engage people. He's always open. The chief directors are coming. So from the Chamber of Commerce, on behalf of the council, we'll be waiting. And I'm sure other people will be waiting. We want to see what's in the bill and want to make an input to ensure that in one breath, government will not be implementing something that will affect the private sector. And interesting about this free first port rule, the first port rule, I don't know how it's going to be implemented, whether custom officers from Burkina will be stationed in our ports.
I think that particular one I've made a note on, and by all means, if I have the opportunity, which it is something we're working on, would get the finance minister to throw some more light on that. It is really very important, because personally, I've been thinking, how do you get, or are we going to, like you're saying, do we have them coming in, or we're going to be receiving on their behalf? I don't know, maybe because that would come through the ECOWAS collaboration.
Sometimes the cooperation, and if we are going to do on their behalf, the cooperation along the border, those of us in the trade sector, when you cross and you go to the Francophone zones, you know, we don't want a situation where the goods are taxed at the port on the basis of a first port rule, and then you go there, the guys, the Ivorian borders will tell you, no, we haven't collected it, we don't recognize this, and then you are also subjected to. So it's an interesting one we want to know from the private sector. We want to have more details, how we intend to implement this one, so that in an attempt to ensure that nobody evade taxes, don't create something that would also become cumbersome for us.
Maybe
Yes.
there will be a certain ECOWAS synergy, or the ECOWAS protocols will be kick-started to make sure this is done. Seamlessly. The primary balance improved from a deficit of 2.9% of GDP in 2024 to a surplus of 2.5% of GDP in 2025, placing public debt firmly on a downward trajectory. Hearing this, and the idea that there isn't any tax introduced, so that even if that difference is anything to worry about, Theresa, what assurances does these numbers give you from a tax person's perspective, insofar as our economic growth is concerned?
Okay, so from a tax perspective, I would say that these assurances, they are good. They kind of buttress the path that we are taking. So the path we are taking in terms of trying to reduce revenue leakages through the initiatives that we have put in place, the technological initiatives. That's the first thing. And other systems that we are putting in place administratively to ensure that our taxes are safeguarded. So I think it gives us some good assurance that we are probably on the right track, and we should keep on doing that and even improving our tax systems more. And like we mentioned earlier too, it's the tax system is not just about the revenue that we get from the tax system. It's about how you position the tax system to make it very efficient.
All right.
How sustainable is it going to be now and then in the future? Is the tax system you are putting in place supportive of the growth plan that we have in place for the economy? So all of these are things that we should look at from a holistic point of view.
Thank you. And this will probably be my last one for you. We're not borrowing. We haven't borrowed. But to finance education, we have had to borrow. Does that bring the government in a certain light where you cannot be sure if this borrowing will mark the end until the next year, or we can look forward to some more borrowing?
Oh, absolutely not. You can never rule out. But what is assuring is that I'm sure these loans that are being taken are those, they may have been factored in the budget, because I'm not sure government is going to go outside, just to be borrowing and spending outside what has already been there. We still have issues with our economy, as I mentioned, because compensation and other things, even though now, as we are told, our debt servicing cost is coming down because of debt exchange, because of the improvement in the currency exchange rate. So we are not paying so much interest like we used to pay in the past. So that gives government the fiscal space to be able to spend. But the caution, as all of us are saying, is that we don't want to go back to those days. Where every year we go for 3 billion euro bond, because we know that there's so much demand on government to improve infrastructure. I am very excited. For example, they mentioned the $1.7 billion which they have secured for the express route. I mentioned it earlier on that if the president is able to deliver this, that will be transformational to economy. Because and the president must deliver that. It's a request from the business community. So we want to urge the finance minister, just as he said, he's not going to go on a borrowing spree. But if they are taking these loans for specific areas, let them go there. Let's make a lot of savings. Let's cut the corruption around those issues. And I'm sure once we do that, we would have our debt still within the sustainable levels. Remember, the promise is that the new PFM Act, they have put some, limits.
Yes.
They said 2032. I hope it was going to be just 2028. Keeping the debt to GDP ratio at 45%. It's now been legislated. And then 1.5%, the expenditure, over expenditure, up to 1.5, capping it there. These are good reforms, which we must discipline ourselves to ensure that what we are seeing today, we don't go back.
Thank you very much. Theresa, final word. So we rise on that.
Okay, so think what our expectations have been met to an extent. No new taxes in the reading of the mid-year budget, the budget review, and that's a good thing. Digitalization, which is also very key for economic development. That's the backbone that our economy is going to depend on to reduce tax leakages and ensure that our tax system is very efficient, robust, and sustainable.
Thank you very much. You have been listening to Theresa Somwa, who is a manager with Deloitte Ghana, and Stephen is with the Ghana Chamber of Commerce. Stephen Kwarteng Yeboah, thank you both very much for spending your afternoon with us. We're really very grateful. GBC is grateful. Ghana is grateful. My name is Darrell Alantego. This is where I'll say goodbye to you until we come away with the 7 p.m. news. Keep watching GBC News. Thank you very much.
GBC News, your trusted news channel.